Call to order for the Watertown City Council meeting for February 20th of 2024. Please rise. Jody, lead us in prayer. Prairie Lakes Chaplain, sorry.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for all those that are in attendance tonight and all those that are presiding over this council meeting. May you please be with the items that are brought forward and the decisions that are made to be the best for the city of Watertown and those communities that we serve. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Finance Officer Bob Zine, please call the roll.
Okay. Pauline?
Here.
Jurens?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Shetty?
Here.
Tupper?
Here.
Bueller? Danforth?
Here.
Thank you.
Quorum is established. Chair will entertain a motion to approve today's agenda with two quick changes. I just want to list, we've got a presentation from Kelly Rumsa. What's your official title, Kelly? We'll go with that. So we have a presentation from Kelly at the beginning of the meeting under which will be right after the consent agenda under presentations and reports. And then I will move item 10C, which is the sidewalk discussion. Oh, actually, I'm going to switch 11 and 10 so that 11A, the sidewalk discussion, takes place before the ordinance first readings. So we're going to move that up a little bit for the sake of the people who are here. With that, the chair will entertain a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Motion made by Councilman Peters, seconded by Councilman Shetty. All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. We're on to presentation and reports. Kelly, please take it away.
There we go. There we go. So introduce myself. I'm Kelly Rumsa. I work at the Human Service Agency. I'm a certified prevention specialist and has been doing prevention in our community for the past 25 years. Tonight, I am going to share information from our youth in the Watertown community in grades 7 through 12. We had an opportunity for our students to participate in what we call the Pride Surveys, which we take every other year, and it looks at our students' attitudes, perceptions, and behaviors in regards to substance use and other high-risk behaviors, and how that is relatable to the things going on in our community as well. Again, this is our students' perceptions, and then we take a look at what's going on in our community to see, you know, if what the students are telling us is going along with what we're also seeing in the community, and what efforts do we need to be doing to continue to provide a safe and healthy environment for our youth. So with that, with the efforts that we do, along with collaboration with a lot of local organizations in our community, I oversee our Watertown Healthy Youth Tobacco Free Coalition, as well as Glacial Lake Safe, which is suicide awareness for everyone. I also oversee our Project Success program at our middle and high schools. So with the Pride Survey, why do we conduct this survey? We need to see where our students are at in ways that we can communicate with them and to understand what are the current issues and trends impacting maybe their decisions and choices that they are going through. And so what the Pride Survey does is provide data-driven information that gives us a snapshot in our students' attitudes and behaviors. So in this past fall, October, we surveyed over 1,400 students in grades 7 through 12. So I'm going to be going through this information quite quickly. I will send this information out afterwards, but I'm also glad that we do have an audience, whether they wanted to listen to this information or not. But it does impact whether you have grandchildren, children, your neighbors. We really see that the youth are our future, and so we need to know what is going on in our community that's impacting our youth decisions, but also the role that we play as community members and adults in the community as well. Our primary focus is looking at substance use with our youth. And so what this slide is showing is 30-day use with alcohol, vape products, and marijuana. Those are the primary substances that we're seeing with use among our students. We also look at other substances, but those percentages remain fairly low, but it's things that we still track. As you can see, I broke it down so we can look at middle school, which is grades 7 and 8, high school, which is grades 9 through 12, and then we look at across ages, grades 7 through 12. And I'm going to highlight a few different things, what the graphs are telling us. Again, this is to help us to look at, is what we're doing impactful, and is this the shift that we want to be seeing, and what might be influencing some of these behaviors that we're seeing with our youth. And overall, the majority of our youth are not using substances, regardless of maybe what we hear or what we see, but we do have areas of concern that we need to be looking at and addressing before they become a bigger issue. And so the trends that we're currently seeing is with high school, we've definitely seen a dramatic decrease in substance use. Our areas of concern that we're looking at is our younger population. We're seeing that slight increase in use, whether they have access to it, whether socially or through the community. But we're knowing that kids can have access to a lot of different things at a younger age than they have before. So that changes our efforts in what we're doing to address that. So along with our adolescents reporting information, we also rely on community information as well. And so the police department partners with us, and they provide trend data for us to look at. So we're looking at, this is what the students are telling us, and then we look at what's going on in our community in regards to arrests and violations. And so with this information, this is looking at juvenile arrests on top and adult arrests on the bottom, and this is primarily looking at substance use again. So it's consuming alcohol, it's possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, tobacco, and then ingesting toxic substances. And the lines that I wanted to highlight is one in regards to tobacco. We've seen a decline with that, and that's primarily with vapor products that we're seeing in the community. We've been really putting a lot of effort and focus on that over the last few years, and feel that with the awareness, the education, and things that we've been implementing, along with the collaboration with other helping resources like law enforcement, the Boys and Girls Club, the school district, parents, that we've seen that decline. And we know that the efforts that we have been doing have been making an impact, because we know those numbers could be higher. And so we look at that as a positive, but it's still an area of concern. The purple line is consuming alcohol for both juveniles and adults. And with that, we're seeing an incline in both areas. And generally what we see is we see patterns of use. So if we see rates going up with our adult population, typically we're going to see that same pattern with our youth. And so we can see that with consuming alcohol, we're going on that upward tick. And so then when we look at that shift where we're starting to see our younger youth reporting more use, we're seeing arrests increase, we're looking at what's going on in the community that might be influencing some of those factors. And so we look at access as one. Is it more accessible? Is it socially acceptable? Do they have access to it by our retail? What is that social norming of it? And we have seen some shifts with that. We've seen more flavors, more seltzers, more different things like that that make it appealing to that younger population as well as the adult population. We also have seen an increase in access in regards to having alcohol available now in our convenience stores, grocery stores, things like that. So they're seeing maybe it's more available in their refrigerator at home, or it's a quick buy with family or whoever that they have it when they're picking up groceries. So there might be that education of, is it okay to use, but not realizing maybe the impact of it with our youth and being under the age of 21. So along with that, we look at driving while intoxicated. which we just have that with the adult population on the graph, where we are seeing an increase with that. But also with our juvenile data, we have also seen an increase with students driving under the influence, both with alcohol and cannabis products. And so that helps us to look at that we need to be doing more education in regards to impairment. What does that mean? Talking about what the laws are, what the consequences are, so that they understand the severity of use. And what this graph shows just overall arrests, and it's just showing that line of what are we seeing? You know, are we seeing an increase with adult arrests? Are we seeing an increase in juvenile arrests? And is that reflective of the behaviors that we're seeing? And definitely seeing an increase in both. There's been maybe a little more dramatic with the adult arrests, but we're seeing a little increase with juveniles. But that also looks at enforcement as to identifying and being more accessible, that we are providing a more safer community for our youth. We're enforcing more laws, holding them accountable, and hopefully keeping them safer. So what influences use rates and behaviors? I've kind of talked through this already, but I just wanted to highlight a few things that we look at with our survey information. One is looking at the student's perception of risk. If they think it's going to be hurtful or harmful to them, they're less likely to use. So then we need to look at what is that messaging that we're relaying to our students. Are we sending that message? Are we role modeling that? What is their perception of that? If there's not a consequence, are they going to continue to use? Perception of parental disapproval. What messaging or role modeling is taking place at home? Is it acceptable? Is it not acceptable? Nationwide, we've seen a shift in parental attitudes where parents or adults are being less strict or maybe not understanding the severity of use with youth. And like I want to point out, our focus is we're looking at youth and young adults and the behaviors that they're taking place. So it might be legal for adult population to use, but that doesn't make it okay for our youth. And so having that conversation and looking at that, those use rates and understanding what can these substances do to our youth. And does this deter their access or use? Perception of friends' disapproval. This is looking at, do their friends approve or disapprove of them using, and does that influence their decision to use? So if their friends are not doing it, are they doing it? Are they being influential? So friends can be that positive or that negative influence, and so we're trying to highlight and identify that positive friends' influence. And then again, the availability and resources. We kind of see where it becomes a little more accessible as students get older. And again, I've mentioned we look at what are the shifts or changes that we've seen in the community, in society, in regards of having it available. Are we seeing it at events that are geared towards families, or what is that messaging? What is that education going on? Are we having that responsible use conversation, things like that? Because we need to know what's going on in the community for us to be able to address it. It's not that we're taking things away or trying to say banning things or things like that. When people hear prevention, they're like, oh, they're the fun suckers taking away all that fun stuff. But really our choice or our decisions are helping us to be healthier, for us to be safer, and that's what we want our kids to be reflective of. And then looking at the gender. Are there differences between our males and females? And what we're seeing is that even trend, where even females might be utilizing substances more than our male population with our youth. And that is also concerning as well, and looking at what's in those factors of that. Again, this is going back to that 30-day use and kind of summarizing this information that I just shared on the previous slide. This is looking at it in graph form, looking at that perception of risk. And I want to highlight e-cigarettes and vapes, and then I'll kind of show alcohol there. But over the last few years, we have seen the trend upwards in regards to vapor products with our youth population. You have to be 21 to use vapor products, so you know, in a perfect world, we want to see zero, right? But we have definitely seen a decline in use. And we have done different things in regards to enforcement, and with education, with collaboration, with community and school partnerships. And we've really seen that shift where we're seeing the moves in the directions that we want to go. We see that perception of risk going up, so the kids understand what the harms or consequences of the use may be. We've done education with parents for them to understand, and that our kids think that their parents would be disappointed with them if they were to use that product. Same with their friend group. And then looking at how easy is it for them to get, knowing that there's consequences and that enforcement. That's why compliance is so important, getting our businesses to be on board, not to sell, to minors to have that ID, different things like that, because we know everybody has their purpose, has their businesses. We just want people to be compliant and lawful and safe. And so with that education, with that enforcement, we're seeing that trend use go down, which is a positive, knowing that all the different factors that come into play. I feel that we've done a good job addressing it, but we still have more work to do because there's always new products coming out, and it's hard for us to stay ahead of that. They find things out way before we do, and that makes it challenging for anyone who's involved with a youth, whether it's family, school, community, workforce, whatever that may be. When we look at alcohol use, we probably haven't done as much focus with that over the years because we just assume people know. But what this has helped us to look at is when we let things, when we don't address it or be consistent with our messaging, we start seeing shifts. But we've also seen different trends take place as well. So this helps us to look at the importance of us being consistent with our messaging to address all social issues that may be impacting our youth and looking at more general things like decision-making skills, healthy coping skills, knowing how to say no matter what might be that instance or what might be that substance or what might be that high-risk behavior that they might be participating in. So when and where students use substances, in a nutshell, what we're seeing is typically students are using when they have the ability to gather, where there is little or no supervision and or rules, and typically with alcohol use, binge use on the weekends. We do want to highlight the least reported use is at school or during school hours. So it might be that assumption where, everything is going down at the school. That's not necessarily the case. It's in those unsupervised times or when they know that they are in a large group setting. We also look at risk and protective factors, and with the risk factors, what this is telling us overall is that we are seeing a trend in regards of students hurting themselves or others. The gray line is our current of 2023, and then the yellow or gold is 2019. And we like to have that baseline of kind of that pre-COVID, post-COVID, so that we can kind of see how that has impacted. And overall, what this is showing us is that our students don't know how to handle conflict peacefully. We're seeing that they are being more physical when they are in contact with others, and so we need to emphasize the importance of that, and especially emphasizing if you see something, say something. And what we're also seeing with that trend is it's younger again. We're seeing more of these behaviors at a younger age, and so for us to be aware and doing that education, having the support of family and community to help addressing these issues. Again, this is looking at thoughts of suicide. We know mental wellness is a concern with our community, especially with our youth population, and is still something that we continue to address. Again, this graph just shows the reporting of our middle school, high school, and grades 7 through 12 overall. This is asking if they have seriously considered suicide in the last 12 months, and then if they've made a plan. And what we're seeing is still high rates, but we're seeing a decline with the thoughts, especially with making a plan, and that's the trend that we want to be seeing. But it's also concerns for us as well. And so the efforts that we've been doing the last few years with raising awareness that you need to be helping yourself, you need to be helping others, it's okay to ask for help. Do you know who those helping resources are in the community? We feel that has been reflective of that, but just giving that confidence and giving the access to resources is that focus so that we can continue to have that trend going down. And then we look at the positives, the protective factors that we see. What protective factors do is instill that path into positivity, that what's going to kind of bring down those risk factors, what's going to make our students thrive and be successful. And looking at, are we talking to our kids? Is our messaging consistent? Are our kids engaged and involved? If they feel like they belong, they're going to be less likely to participate in these activities or these high-risk behaviors. And so the importance of us seeing that trend taking place where we are seeing a little increase in regards to being involved in school and community activities. Is this where we want to be? No, we'd like to see it higher, but we're starting to shift into that positive way where we are seeing that increase in being involved and having that belonging, a sense of community. We've also seen a shift with them engaging more in their faith base, which is a positive as well. And our kids reporting that they make good grades. And that's their definition of what good grades are. We didn't label it in any capacity, but if they feel that they're making good grades, again, they feel that they're being successful and that they're thriving. What we've asked the last couple survey periods is if they are aware of the helping resources in the school and in the community. And the gray area is the 23, our most current, and the purple is 21. And we're seeing that shift in that direction of they are becoming more aware of those resources, especially with mental health and substance use, which that has been our priority over the last few years. And so the messaging that we've been doing has been impactful, and our kids are realizing what those helping resources are in both the school and in the community. We also like to find out from the students what they're doing in regards to making healthy choices. This question is kind of twofold. One is for us to identify what healthy choices they're doing. The other is for them to recognize what are some healthy choices that they could be doing. And so what we're seeing again is a shift of them becoming more involved, making, engaging in more healthy choices, but we still have efforts that we need to be addressing and looking at. But making it a norm, making that this is something that you do. If you're making healthy choices, you're going to be thriving. It's that positive messaging that we're looking at, and that the majority are doing these healthy things. We also ask the students why they feel teens choose not to use substances, and overwhelmingly, whether we want to believe it or not, they do report that they don't want to disappoint parents or adults. And we know that the number one deterrent for our kids is if they have a trusted adult in their life. And so even though we may get the eye rolls or they're not engaged with us or they're on their phones, things like that, always know that these adult plays that important role and can help with them making that decision of not using substances. And so for us to be that role model as well. They're also very conscious of, they know it's against the law, and so what are those consequences of that, and their goal setting. That's a big push that we focus on with our students. If they have goals, if they have something that they're working towards, they're less likely to participate in risk-taking behaviors. And this is our student responses overall. So it's right from them. Number one response is parents and guardians. Over 75% of students said that their parents or guardians influence them the most. 50% said their friends, and a quarter said their siblings, and closely behind that is their coaches and teachers. What we call social media is kind of that super peer. It does have influence. We know that, and it can be positive or negative. And so we really need to emphasize the importance of the people in their lives right here, right now, what is true, what is factual, and helping them to deter that, because it is very influential. Typically what adolescents hear or see for the first time, they believe that is the truth. And so that's what we have to be addressing when we look at social media. What are those influencers? What are those products that they're trying to get the students to engage in? And how do we kind of beat that information so that we can give them accurate and reliable information, because it is hard to sway that. I have a teenage daughter, and you know, if TikTok is promoting it, it must be a good thing. And so for us, for adults to catch up in those factors and understanding that influence, it's just a different time for our kids. There's a lot more challenges in regards to technology and social media and the influences that do exist. It's very overwhelming and overstimulating at times, and so as adults, we need to kind of take that step and that approach of we need to take the time to understand the culture and what those influences are, and to listen to our kids and to put those resources in front, but also to have those expectations and boundaries for our kids too, because that's really what they need. They need us to be those leaders. We need to be those positive role models so that they can make healthier choices and to be successful. Now, I went through this information really quickly, but is there any questions or comments at this time?
All right, thank you very much. I will open it up for questions and comments. Councilman Tupper.
I got a couple comments here, or maybe one question, one comment. Kelly, do you see a rise in legal THC, things like Delta 8 and things like that among teens?
We have, and especially in regards to the vape products that we see. You know, it was nicotine-based, and we've seen a real switch with the Deltas and the CBD and different things, products like that, that are legal for adult ages, so you have to be 21 or older. But they've marketed the products so that it's accessible for our kids, and we've really seen that. We've seen a decline with the nicotine vape products or the tobacco products, and an increase in regards to the Delta products, THC zero. I mean, they're coming up with all of these synthetic products, and that's the concerning piece of it. It's not the marijuana that maybe we grew up with, where the THC level, which is the mind-altering addictive substance or chemical in these products, where it used to be anywhere to range of 2% potency to maybe 20% potency. Now that it can be synthetically made and engineered, we're seeing products that are anywhere from 80 to 99% THC. So whatever our kids are ingesting is at a higher level, and so we're more concerned of that addictive rate. They become dependent on these products and things like that, and since they're not regulated, it's hard for us to know what is truly in the products that they're using. So that's the education that we're really trying to be productive with the adults in the community and with our youth, saying they're marketing these products to take advantage of you, and they're not natural. They don't come from earth because they're made in a lab. You don't find a gummy, you know, on the ground that you pick from a tree or anything like that. And really understanding the piece of it being because your body's still growing, your brain is still developing, these are going to impact you differently than it is for an adult. So it's a really hard conversation for us to be having, but it's something that we need to be doing because it is readily accessible. We have 8 vape shops in our community, and anyone can go into those businesses, and I would encourage people to do that, to see what those products are there and accessible and available to our kids, and they're very creative, and our kids are very creative in ways of getting those products. And so it's having those conversations because it's here, and so we need to know how to combat that and keep our kids safe.
Do you see a large increase in it, or?
We have been. It's just the different products shift and change so much where we are seeing more of that use, and just with the conversation in regards to like medical marijuana and more states having marijuana be recreational, it sends a lot of mixed messages to our youth. And so if we're not getting them that accurate information, they think it's a safe alternative or it's okay for them to use. And since they can purchase it, you know, online or different things like that, it's just more accessible, and we are seeing more of it being used, more than what we would like to be seeing.
Okay, just one comment then is I had the opportunity probably 20 plus years ago to work with you on a program. I believe it was with the Boys and Girls Club, and you've put your heart and soul the last, what'd you say, 25 years into this. You did a tremendous job for our youth, and I'd like to personally thank you. So
thank you. It takes everybody. I'm just kind of that squeaky wheel.
Councilman Shetty.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for your work on that. Quick question and one observation. Maybe I wrote it down wrong, but alcohol use went down from like 20% to 14% on the early chart. But then I noticed the arrests were up, like doubled from 27 to like 54. So I was just curious, is the enforcement helping the be less use, or you know, how honest are they on these surveys? Or just curious the difference in that number.
Absolutely. So what we're seeing is there is still a decline. So that is a positive. I think it is part of enforcement. We take it very seriously. We're trying to keep our kids safe. But also we know that those who are using at a higher level. So with the DUI arrests, we're seeing that their BAC levels are higher. And so that is concerning. So it might not be that those that are using at a higher rate than maybe in the past. And so that's that concerning piece of it. And like I said, the majority of our kids are not using, and that's what we want to see. But those who are using are making decisions that are putting them in a safety issue or safety concern. So, yeah,
Thank you, yes, for your work on this.
you bet.
All right. Any other comments or questions, council? All right, Mrs. Rumsa, thank you so much for
You
coming
bet.
in front of us again. We welcome you back.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you for all the work that you're doing in our community.
Thank you.
Now is the time for open forum. If there's anyone here who would like to address the council on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, now is your time to do so. I'll close the open forum. We'll move on to item 9A, an addendum to a banking services agreement with Reliabank. We'll go to our finance officer, Kristen Bobzien, for more information.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, before the council tonight is our banking service agreement that we have with Reliabank. We entered into this agreement in March of 2019. It had a 5-year, and then with the option to renew, we began discussions with Reliabank, and through those discussions, you'll see the addendum that's in front of you. It sets what the interest rate will be for the next year. This is just a 1-year extension with the option to do that again up to 4 more times. Like I said, we've worked with Reliabank. We've also included municipal utilities in this process as they currently bank with us. If there's any specific questions, myself, Josh, city manager, we can all try to help. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Don't need to open it up for public comments, but Josh Hogue, if you would like to say something, you sure can.
Yep. Josh Hogue, President of Reliabank. We just appreciate the relationship over the last 5 years. It's been a wild ride with the interest rates on this, but we're just here. We made enough concessions. We started negotiating early on in September, talking about this, and we felt that we could extend for another 5 years under similar terms and conditions. But we changing that rate that much, and then adding the 1-year negotiation phase, we felt like that warranted council's approval. But we appreciate it. The relationship's been really good. I think management has told me that. Hopefully they're telling you that too. So we really appreciate it, and we'd love to move forward.
All right, thank you very much. I will keep public comments open if there is anyone else who would like to talk on this item. Close up public comment. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the addendum. Motion made by Councilman Peters, seconded by Councilman Bueller. Let's open it up for questions and comments. Anything, council? All right, Councilman Shetty?
Just, I appreciate Ms. Bobzien's work on this. Always, this is for the community as far as our finances and how the ledger looks, and working together with the bank there. I just appreciate your work doing this. You don't always get credit for all this.
All right, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, the motion is to approve the addendum. All those in favor will say aye, opposed say nay. Finance Officer Bobzien, please call the roll.
Okay. Pauline?
Aye.
Jurens?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Shetty?
Aye.
Tupper?
Aye.
Bueller? Danforth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item B is an approval and authorization for the city manager to execute an agreement between the City of Watertown and First Premier Bank pending review under the naming rights agreement between the City of Watertown and Prairie Lakes Health System. For more information, we'll go to our city manager, Mac.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an exciting item in front of you this evening as it relates to our ice arena. As the agenda item states, we are grateful for the $1 million contribution by First Premier Bank Card towards the construction of the Prairie Lakes Ice Arena. That contribution will come in 15 annual installments in the amount of $66,000 and some change. They do have some signage in the facility to highlight their contribution, and we are very grateful for them and their partnership. I will stand by for any questions. Attorney Carrico worked on the draft of the agreement. And we also have Mark Dunn here from First Premier Bank to speak to this or answer any questions you might have.
City Attorney Carrico, do you have anything to add?
Only one thing, Mayor, not to the specific of the agreement, but I think it should also be noted for council that First Premier also did a scoreboard sponsorship, a super anchor that council approved previously earlier in '23 for $75,000. So that is in addition to their donation that we were reviewing today.
Thank you very much. I will open up for public comments because I would like to listen to Mark Dunn tell us more about this.
Putting me on the spot here.
Are you the president of the local branch, or what would be your title?
I'm the market leader, VP market
okay.
leader of Northern Market here. So on behalf of First Premier and Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we're very excited. We'd like to thank you for allowing us to partner on this project. This ice arena is going to be huge for the city of Watertown, as you all know. At Premier, we pride ourselves in community involvement. So naturally, we were happy to step up and say yes when fundraising began nearly 3 years ago. We'll continue to support the city of Watertown through our monetary donations and our 4,000 plus volunteer hours served by our Watertown employees annually. So thank you for allowing us to be part of this project.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Hearing none, the chair will close public hearing and open it up for a motion to approve for approval and authorization for the agreement.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Bueller, seconded by Councilman Schutte. Let's open it up for questions and comments, council. I'll actually start it off here. Mr. Dunn, I remember this was 3 years ago when I remember, because nobody at the WDC that was there that day when we met is there anymore. And it was right after I became mayor, and I remember meeting with you, Mr. Dykehouse, a few other people. Councilman Villauer at the time was there with us. And to have that support early on was instrumental in getting us the approval for the ice arena. If First Premier did not step on board early on with this very generous donation, I'm not sure if we would be here today where we are opening up a new facility at the end of the week. And it's beautiful. So the partnership that First Premier offers to the city, I mean, you've mentioned like the volunteer hours, but also the commitment that your bank makes to this city, we appreciate. And I just want you to know that I remember that meeting distinctly. It's a weird feeling to go ask for $1 million and have someone say yes.
So I think Mr. Dykehouse and the organization understand the economic impact that ice arena has. It does more than serve hockey needs, so you're going to see a lot of development around there, and it starts with someone, and I'm glad to be part of our organization that stepped up and said yes, get this thing going. So real excited to get it on the inside of this and see some hockey action here this weekend. So.
And I'll just also say personally, I know your commitment personally to this community was instrumental in making this happen as well, to convince everyone at your bank. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this community.
Okay. That's what I like hearing. Any other questions, comments? Councilman Tupper.
Mine's just going to kind of shadow yours, and my wife actually works for Premier Bank Card, so I've got a lot of experience with your guys' company, and I look back at Premier Fields that you helped the city build, your newest endeavor with the school district. You guys have always been ready to stand up to the plate and support in the community, and you do in all the communities you are, no matter how big or how small the communities you are. So just my hat's off to First Premier Bank Card, Mr. Dykehouse, T. Denny for everything you did for the whole state of South Dakota, just not only Watertown, but we like it here better than anybody else. So
yes,
thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. We've had a lot of great workers from Watertown, so Watertown's treated Premier well too. So.
All right, thank you. Councilman Bueller.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out also that when we built our softball complex, Premier Bank gave us $500,000 for that facility as well. And just can't thank you enough. I think it's awesome what you folks have done for the community.
Thanks.
We'll say naming rights for City Hall are open.
Yeah.
And street facility too. Councilman Jurens?
Talking with members of our community, business, non-business, hockey, non-hockey, basketball, football, doesn't matter where you're from. There's a lot of excitement surrounding all of the announcements that are coming up tonight and the other sponsors that joined in, and maybe some things to come forward later in our agenda. There's just a lot of excitement, hotels, motels, restaurants, and we don't always talk about the positive influence on so many different businesses. And when they're drawing people to pay taxes, then we living in the houses and just occupying our homes here don't have to pay that. So it's a big part of tourism for our city and tourism for our state, because there's going to be a lot of out-of-state people coming
Yeah,
out.
I mean, and then I'll add to that, it's quality of life. So having amenities like this will keep employees here in Watertown and choose Watertown. So this is big on a number of levels. It was more than a ice complex that they're constructing. It, you know, it's a great investment for the city of Watertown.
Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, the motion is to approve and authorize the agreement. All those in favor will say aye, opposed say nay. Finance Officer Bob Zine, please call the roll.
Pauline,
Aye.
Jurens,
Aye.
Peters.
Aye.
Shetty.
Aye.
Tupper.
All right.
Bueller. Danforth.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Item C, thank you very much, Mr.
Out
Dunn.
on good behavior.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Item C is an approval and authorization for the city manager to execute an agreement between the City of Watertown and Watertown Ford Chrysler pending review under the naming rights agreement between the City of Watertown and Prairie Lakes Health System. City Manager Mack, tell us what this one's about.
Thank you, Mayor. As with the first one, this is another large donor to our ice arena. Watertown Ford Chrysler has committed $1 million. $500,000 of that is for the secondary rink, and $500,000 is for the Zamboni. You may also know that the vice president of Watertown Ford Chrysler is Jody Driscoll, who has invested significant time and resources in ensuring that this facility comes to fruition. So we are especially grateful for her and her work. This $1 million contribution will be paid over a 10-year period to the city. All signage, with the exception of the donor wall recognition, is being paid for by Watertown Ford Chrysler, as was First Premier, so that the city can utilize all of the donation towards development of the second rink and the purchase of the Zamboni. I will stand by for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. City Attorney Carrico, do you have anything to add?
Similar to the previous one, I would also add that in addition to the $1 million, they also did a Super Anchor scoreboard sponsorship for an additional $75,000.
All right, thank you very much. We'll open it up for public hearing, even though I know Scott and Jody are not here tonight, but is there anyone who would like to speak on this? Close the public hearing. Just a minute, we got to take a motion first for us to speak. So Chair will entertain a motion to approve and authorize the agreement. Moved by Councilman Peters, seconded by Councilman Bueller. Just a second, let me make sure I write that down. We'll open it up for questions and comments. Councilman Tupper.
I don't know if anybody's seen the Zamboni, but God, I think I should be the first one to get to drive it. What do you think? No? It's already taken? Well, I mean, that is one sharp-looking Zamboni. I mean, it looks like a Bobcat, looks like a Bronco. I don't know which way to go, but just the opportunity to work for Scott and Jody at Watertown Ford Chrysler, that they've been just somewhat like Premier Bank. They've been great sponsors of the community and a lot of things over the years. So it makes me proud to be able to work with people like that. So that's what makes our community, is a lot of businesses like that and a lot of people like that. So just my hat's off to them. And I still want to drive the Zamboni. I don't have to be the first, so.
Got to take a class.
Any further questions or comments? I know I'd like to say something. I know, Scott, Jody, you're not here tonight, but I want to thank you for the countless of hours of work that you have put in Jody, thank you so much for heading up Build It Now. I also want to thank everyone else on that committee as well, because a lot of time was put in to raise the money that was pledged on behalf of the community, and that also was instrumental in making this ice arena a reality. So thank you so much. Jody, personal thank you. Councilman Tupper?
I have one more comment. I'll never forget sitting in with you and City Manager Mack talking about when this first came to fruition that they needed to raise $10 million, and somebody said Jody Driscoll was going to do it, and you guys had your doubts, and I know Jody well enough. Well, you had a little bit of doubt there, but whether or not she could do it, and I've worked with her enough times over fundraising campaigns on a lot of different things, and if anybody sets their mind to doing something, she does, and like I said, one thing that makes me proud, not only call him my boss, but my friend, so thank you.
All right. Any further questions, comments? Hearing none, the motion is to approve and authorize the agreement. All those in favor will say aye, opposed say nay. Finance Officer Bob Zine, please call the roll.
Okay. Helene?
Aye.
Jurgens?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Shetty?
Aye.
Tupper?
Right.
Bueller? Danforth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Item D is an approval of an amendment number 4 of a professional services agreement for the redesign, bidding, and construction services associated with the City Hall renovation project. City Manager Mack, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. What you have in front of you is a contract amendment with TSP, the architect on the Wells Fargo renovation project. You may remember that after the facility was bid the first time, staff was directed to work with TSP on valued engineering with the bidder. That zeroed out our previous contract with TSP. This new contract covers the redesign services, of which have been completed. The bidding services, this will go out for bid, I believe, starting on Monday, and will also cover construction services once a bid is awarded. The funds will come from the City Hall project, which is the 505 account. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the amendment.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Tupper. Need a second. Second. Thank you, Councilman Danforth. Let's open it up for comments and question. Council? Councilman Danforth?
Ms. Mack, what the assumption is that bids will come back at an acceptable level, right? That we would choose as a body to move forward. What if that doesn't happen as it relates to this number? Because part of this is the contract, the construction services.
Yep.
What happens in the event that
We
that-
would not pay the construction services
and that's
portion.
broke out?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
it's 24,700.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions, comments? I'm just going to make a comment just so that people know that it's not, there are differences of opinion as to where City Hall goes, but, and I'm one of those that question Wells Fargo as a location, but we need to go down this road so that we can find out what the cost is going to be. So I will vote for this because maybe the bids come back in, they're good, and we can move forward with this and take that off our plate. But we have to find out more information. So I will be voting for this in favor of this, even though I just want to say I have reservations, but we got to find out more information in order to have a thoroughly vetted vote. Councilman Peters?
Just to get my head around total costs, so if we don't move forward with the Wells Fargo building, the sunk costs would be the 387,712 minus the 24,000. Yep. So that's what we have into it in architecture
Correct.
costs right now. Okay. All right,
Yes.
thanks.
Councilman Jurgens?
Being new on the council, not seeing a lot of numbers like this in my past for projects like this one. I'm sure members of our community, it's kind of a sick number, but I sure hope we can use this. I mean, I will be in favor of it also tonight, but wow, big numbers for design. Over and out.
Thank you. City Manager Mack?
Thank you. I appreciate the comment, Councilman Jurgens. Just for clarity, the $298,000 was design, it was also bidding services for the last time that it was bid. So just to break that out.
Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, the motion is to approve the amendment. All those in favor will say aye, opposed say nay. Motion carries. Finance Officer Bob Zine, please call the roll.
Here we go. Holland,
Aye.
Jurens,
Aye.
Peters,
Aye.
Shetty,
Aye.
Tupper,
Aye.
Bueller, Danforth.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now the motion carries. Item E is a rejection of the sole bid for the Prairie Lakes Wellness Center rooftop units replacement from Johnson Controls in the amount of roughly $1.5 million. City Manager Mack?
Thank you, Mayor. You may recall that during the 2024 budget discussions, staff brought forward the replacement of the rooftop units at the Wellness Center to be completed in 2025. It's in the long-term capital plan. In order to accomplish that, work needs to be done in 2024 to order the units and such, which we advised council of during the discussions. We pursued replacement of the units by bid advertising. One bid was received, which was about 45% higher than previous estimates that were given by the sole bidder. One of the challenges with this replacement issue is there seems to be a lot of speculation on what the issues are so that we're not replicating them in the future. The next action in front of you is a separate agreement with Johnson Controls to study and develop a schematic design package which will help provide more clarity to potential bidders on this project. Also, during the budget conversation, we estimated a $1.1 million cost. It's anticipated that a potential $500,000 in additional funding could be necessary pending the study and preliminary design outcomes. I will attempt to answer any questions you have. Our Park and Rec Director is here, as well as our city engineer.
Park and Rec Director, would you like to add anything? You don't have to. All right, but please be on hold for possible questions. Chair will entertain a motion to reject the bid. Motion made by Councilman Shetty, seconded by Councilman Bueller. Let's open it up for questions, comments. Councilman Danforth.
Just so, point of clarification, I don't know if the public will have read the document that supports this, but the introduction says that it's replacing the rooftop units, which is correct, but it's rooftop units in the aquatics area, not the full facility, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just so everybody knows that.
Thank you.
I went through this actually yesterday and today a little bit, and I'm a little confused. I just want to ask for some clarification. When we went out to bid, it was for design and construct services, of which we got the $1.592 million bid. The new one, what we're rejecting here and what will ultimately be proposed to go back out for, is for them to design and construct. How does it differ from what we asked for in the first place? Because they're actually suggesting in the document we've got that the cost is going to be comparable to what we've just received. So how does, when we asked them to do design, construct, and we got a high price, now we're going to go out and ask them to do design and construct for approximately the same estimated price. What's the difference between what we asked them to do in the original bidding process versus what our expectation is of them now?
Hopefully I can help answer that where it's understandable. Essentially, because I simply asked the question, how come this was substantially higher? One of the answers was inflationary costs. The other was the way this was originally advertised, because we had other interested parties, was the design and construct. The challenge with that is they did not have the design completed, so therefore could not be as specific on the mechanical units that were going to be, actually installed on the roof. So there's a number of different mechanical units out there that they could have chose from. So by structuring it this way, they said, we're not 100% sure which unit we need to go up there. So their number came in higher than I'm anticipating it will after a design is complete. Does that make any sense? That's the best way I think I can explain it.
The floor is still yours, Councilman.
Well, my first comment is that we want to make darn sure that what we do here, we do it right. And that's important. So I'll say that I understand your explanation and see what they come back with. We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Councilman Shetty.
Thank you, Mayor. So would we foresee more people bidding on the project if we get this particular little caveat taken care of?
The way that I believe we're potentially structuring it now is there may be the opportunity to purchase some of the mechanical equipment through Sourcewell, depending on what the design comes back. So yeah, at that point, it might make the most sense to just purchase that through Sourcewell, and then Johnson Control or a sub would potentially do the install.
Councilman Beeler?
Thank you, Mayor. Dusty, perhaps you could fill me in a little bit about what they're talking about when we talk about design. I would assume there was a design to begin with. Can you fill us in on what that entails, design?
It would be relooking at the space, because obviously there was a design initially, and there's some piece of that that didn't work. Is either the design may have been adequate, but the mechanical unit was a lemon, or there's some challenges with the current design in that space. In some conversations with others, they've identified some challenges with that space. We're trying to use these rooftop units to dehumidify and circulate that air, or some of those aren't designed to also take on that with the hot tub, the way that is all one airspace. Those are fairly specific and generate a lot more humidity than some of the other pool areas.
Follow-up?
Yeah, if I could, Mayor, follow-up question. Also, Dusty, the design portion of the cost, do you know what percentage or how much that is? Did they break that out?
I believe that's the next item on the agenda.
Okay, the $25,000?
Correct.
That's the design out of that number.
That's,
so that comes away from
that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Peters?
Yeah, quick question, Dusty. We got one bid back for this. I would consider this somewhat specialized. What's our geographical reach when we're reaching out to people to bid on this? I mean, I'm shocked we got one bid back for this.
We had actually some potential bidders, like a half a dozen or so, contact us that ultimately chose not to submit a proposal. So the net was thrown fairly significantly, within in the region.
Well, what's the reach though? Like, how far are we getting people from the cities? Are we getting, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say these type of projects go on a public notice that any contractor that in that business would have an opportunity to see.
Yeah, thank you.
Would any councilman like to speak before Councilman Danforth speaks this a second time? Councilman Tupper.
Just one thing, when bids go out like that, you get your major contractors that are around the area that are signed up for bids like that through the city's website. I used to do it all the time with vehicle sales. I did vehicle sales in 20 different communities in the state of South Dakota. I believe that most of your major contractors are looking at cities' websites all the time for bids that go out, so.
Correct.
Councilman Danforth?
Dusty, do you know, I was going to actually make a call on this today, and I forgot, or didn't get to it. I'll say I didn't get to it. I didn't, not forget. But who did the original design work? I mean, the architect was JLG, and then that engineering, there was an enormous amount of time spent on the whole pool scenario. In fact, we made a number of trips looking at facilities and understanding what their issues were and how they did. Who did the engineering on it originally?
I don't recall the name of of that design team. I know it's in that document. I just don't. I
Is there a way
haven't
that you could-
committed to memory.
I can either get a hold of JLG and ask. I mean, I sure hope it's not Johnson Controls.
No,
I mean-
it was not. It was a separate private firm.
Okay.
So I could get you that information. I just don't have it
Yeah.
up here right now.
Well, if it's available to you, again, I'm not telling you to do this. I would ask you to if you could, let me know if you would. That I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Beeler.
Thanks again, Mayor. Did we ask the question why folks declined to bid this? Do we know why they decided they didn't want to bid it? Be interesting to know why they pulled away from that.
Any further questions or comments? Councilman Tupper?
Maybe part of that was we'll answer that with the next item on the agenda, because maybe there was not enough information in the original bid packet. So hopefully that will create enough information for more people to bid.
Questions or comments, council? Hearing none, the motion is to reject the bid. All those in favor of rejecting the bid will say aye. Opposed, say nay. Finance Officer Bob Zine?
Okay. Pauline?
Aye.
Jurgens?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Shetty?
Aye.
Tupper?
Aye.
Bueller? Danforth?
All right.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Item F is an approval of the professional services agreement for the Prairie Lakes Wellness Center rooftop units replacement to Johnson Controls in the amount of $25,000. City Manager Mack.
Thank you, Mayor. As discussed, this is a contract with Johnson Controls to study and develop a schematic design, also completion of a preliminary design review to assist in developing a construction schedule and installation price for rooftop units above the pool at the Prairie Lakes Wellness Center. I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the agreement. Motion made by Councilman Tupper, seconded by Councilman Shetty. Open it up for questions and comments. Hearing none, the motion is to approve the agreement. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. And just for everyone in the audience, if there's no conversation, if there's no questions regarding an item, I feel confident in just doing a voice vote. So normally we'll do a roll call vote, but okay. City Manager Mack?
Thank you. To Councilman Danforth's question, Pete's, I think is how you say it, construction was involved, as well as West Plains Engineering. Pitts, thank you. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Flipping around the schedule, as I announced at the beginning of the meeting, we will move to item 11A, an approval of resolution number 24-03, necessity for sidewalk improvements along 12th Avenue Northwest from 6th Street Northwest to 1st Street Northwest with the 2024 Neighborhood Street Reconstruction Project, project number 2403. City Manager Mack.
Thank you, Mayor. What you have in front of you this evening is a proposed resolution of necessity for a sidewalk assessment program that is for the 2024 Neighborhood Street Reconstruction Project on 12th Avenue Northwest, which runs from 6th Street Northwest to 1st Street Northwest. This project was accounted for in the 2024 budget and will include full depth grading with asphalt surfacing, curb and gutter, sidewalk, and water main installation. A resolution of necessity, a proposed resolution of necessity is the first legal action that this body takes to inform affected property owners of the intent to move forward with an assessment project. Currently, a majority of this road doesn't have sidewalk. In compliance with our city ordinances requiring sidewalk for new construction, our adopted 2007 transition plan for sidewalk accessibility, and the 2021 master transportation plan, we find it necessary to install ADA compliant curb ramps and sidewalk on both sides of the road to improve accessibility, connectivity, and safety for pedestrians. Landowners adjacent to 12th Avenue will be assessed the cost for the new sidewalk along their property based on the linear feet installed per South Dakota Codified Law 946-2.1. For context, the 2007 transition plan was a result of litigation against the city to formalize how we improve ADA accessibility and pedestrian connectivity throughout town. The funding for the city's portion of this project has been budgeted in the estimated amount of $76,360. The estimated cost for the adjacent landowners is based on engineering cost estimates, which equate to $52.90 per linear foot. The city's sidewalk cost participation program reduces the homeowner's responsibility by $20 per linear foot, resulting in the landowner's total estimated cost of $32.90 per linear foot. The final cost will be assessed based on the actual as-constructed costs under the awarded bid. This project is currently out for bid. Bids are due back on February 28th. We recommend approval of the resolution, and I and our city engineer, Justin Peterson, largely Justin, will stand by for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Chair will open a public hearing. I will allow anyone to speak on this. Just a second, Mr. Mullen. I'm going to ask for proponents first, even though I don't think there is one. Okay. That's just according to Robert's rules. So Mr. Mullen, and I will acknowledge that Mr. Mullen stopped off at City Hall late last week and dropped off a petition that had a lot of names on it. I have passed it out both ways to the council so that they could see it, as I said I would. And so you can, I just wanted to acknowledge that and take it away, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before we get into the responses or the conversations I had with people when I was doing this petition, I need to talk about my voice. Okay, I have a physical condition called essential tremor. It usually shows up in your 40s. I've had it since kindergarten. It gets worse as you get older. And obviously now my voice is finally changing again. Okay, so bear with my voice. Could I get a show of hands back here just to reinforce what the mayor asked? How many people are against sidewalks? Could we see? Thank you. When I went around, there are 70% of the homeowners that signed the petition against. Okay, the other 30% I wasn't able to contact. Either it was a rental, was owned by the county, or in one case it was a city employee, and I didn't want to put them on the spot. Cost was an issue. It was not the only, nor I think, was it the main issue. Some of the issues that came up, or some of the things that I was told, okay, that the neighborhoods when they were built in the 50s and 60s were not designed for sidewalks. Another issue that came up was that people would not be able to park on their driveway, leave their car on their driveway because of the sidewalk. The trees that would be lost. Sidewalk would be too close to my home. The property line, there's at least one block there where the property line goes up to the asphalt. So either the city's going to have to buy the land, do eminent domain, or narrow the street and put the sidewalk in what is the existing street. Nobody liked either of those ideas. The sidewalk crossing driveways being at an angle is difficult for people to use. Another one was that more hard surfaces will cause more runoff in our neighborhood. And currently, we do have runoff issues. One person talked to me to great extent about how it was that having sidewalks put right next to the road will cause the street department to pile the snow in the road, not on the sidewalks, which will increase the drainage issues because when spring comes, the curb and gutter is blocked and it doesn't drain. Just personal experience with that. I had 2 years ago, the water, once everything started melting, our gutter was blocked. And the water actually came up to the door of my driveway. My driveway is long enough to park 2 vehicles on, large vehicles. So, there were some other comments. When the other end of 12th Avenue was done, there are 2 schools there. Sidewalks weren't put in. And then this one I don't know about, but 7th Avenue was redone. And again, no sidewalks. I'm done. Questions from me?
We'll hold off on questions until the end. I am going to ask one question to City Manager Mack, because you mentioned runoff, and is this the area that the city is planning on a major renovation for water drainage? Storm sewer?
I don't believe that there's a significant amount of storm sewer that's part of this project. There is a plan.
Part of this project, but a separate project.
I cannot answer that question. I'd defer to our city engineer, Justin Peterson.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait till the end then. I just wanted to get that question on the record, so we'll circle back to it. Any further opposition? Yeah, just please come on forward and I ask you, just please be unique. I assume that everyone here who is in opposition to it would agree to any of the comments that were previously made. If you have anything to add to that, by all means, come on forward.
Mayor, excuse me. I'm married. My wife just corrected me and told me I'm spoken correctly. The water came up to the door of our garage, up the driveway.
Just please identify yourself.
My name's Chris Moritz. I live on the corner of Crestview and 12th, if that matters. I know 2 years ago we redid 10th Avenue, super high, busy traffic street. We chose to put one sidewalk up and down 10th Avenue. I don't take the time to count the pedestrian traffic down 12th, but it's got to be in the 5-6 people a day with their 4 or 5 dogs. I think maybe 2 sidewalks is a little excessive. I don't think we have that kind of pedestrian traffic up and down there. And even if we did, they don't connect to anything else. 6th has no sidewalks. Skyline has no sidewalks. Crestview, no sidewalks. Those of you who live other places, maybe you know. I don't think Karen does, 4th does. We're going to spend a lot of money out of our pockets to put sidewalks in that go nowhere, that very few, if anyone, will use. Have we considered other options? I love sidewalks. I put them in at my old house down on 2nd Street. But I want to be smart about it. They cost a lot of money. Have we considered maybe giving us the opportunity to go get competing bids and do it ourselves? I personally have the skill and ability to do them myself. Doesn't cost me $31 a linear foot or whatever the number was. I know many concrete contractors in town that can probably beat that number. I don't know if they're bidding this job, but they're doing it for the city of Watertown. Maybe their price goes up. I don't know how they work, okay? Can you give us 5 or 10 years and we'll each do it individually as an option? Or do we have no choice? It will be done this year and it will be added to our tax bill. Or we get the opportunity to write you a check to reimburse you. I don't know how much extra thought was put into this. Trees, I can't speak to everyone. I haven't seen the whole project. I have 5 trees that'll be within 6 or 12 inches of the new sidewalk. They're evergreens, they're shallow roots. We will cut half the roots out of those trees. They're on the map not to be removed. What if we kill them, putting in the sidewalks? Do I get to pay the $5,000 to remove the trees next year after they die? Or are you gonna come back and remove them because you killed them putting in my sidewalk? Just questions I have. This gets very spendy. I live on the corner. I get to buy sidewalk for Crestview when the project comes up for Crestview. I know that's not everyone's issue, but it is mine. So, hopefully any of that helps you.
Thank you.
All right.
Any further opposition? Come on forward.
Good evening. My name is Jim Mischke. I live one house west of the Little Jog. Lived there 37 years. And there's probably a dozen people use the sidewalk that's across the street, which is a block and a half long. There hasn't been many people use it. And it's so nice to walk down the middle of the street because it's a nice, quiet street. Plenty of room for people to both drive and be pedestrians. I understand that things need to be done sometimes. Right now, as you probably know, there's 18 blocks, 9 blocks on both sides. There are 2 blocks of sidewalk there which don't connect to anything. So I just feel that it wouldn't be a good idea to put this in because there's nobody's going to use them. None of the joggers, none of the people that live in the community that walk their dogs every day or twice a day use the sidewalk. Mainly it's been the little kids that are learning how to ride a bicycle on First and Mayfair. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further opponents?
Good evening. I'm Jill Fox. I live on 1165 Sunset Street. My issue for mine and my husband, I guess, is we were told that the street was going to be narrowed and so that it would even up, going all the way up the hill, all the way up to First. And I guess my issue is kind of like why. I'm not understanding. I mean, we already have a nice curb and gutter. In the 20 years that we've lived there, we've had cars end up in our in our grass because they come sliding down the hill. And so now we're narrowing it. And so I'm feeling like, okay, we've got more issues going there. We're told that we need to put another sidewalk in going down the hill, where from Skyline all the way down, we've watched skateboarders come down. And so I look at it as, okay, now it's going to be my liability because they're going to go onto my sidewalk. And so I'm trying to figure out why we would have to narrow our street in that area. It evens up right where Sunset is the same width, but this is what we were told. The other issue, I guess, going up the hill, just to kind of talk with these guys up here is, I'm just kind of curious, like here on 10th Avenue, we had that project where we widened the road, and now we're doing almost the exact opposite. We're narrowing the road. And like even today, I just drove all the way to First just to see, and in that time, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there's 7 vehicles in the street. So now we're going to narrow it, and then I'm just feeling like in 2 years, when will we see the sign that comes up saying no parking on this side of the road? Because we have issues with that. If you go by, there's quite a few single garages. So if anybody has another car, they're going to park it in the driveway or they're going to park in the street. So I guess I was kind of hoping maybe we'd have some direction tonight on like those kind of issues. And one other thing. I lived on 2nd Street, grew up on 2nd Street. I've lived on Skyline all my life. And in all that time, we've always had sidewalks going from Millette School all the way down to 14th Avenue. And we've got this beautiful bike path. And so when I go walking around the neighborhood, in the majority of the time, we end up in the street. And I feel like this is going to happen. We're still going to put those sidewalks in, but going down that hill, people are still going to go into the street. And we've wasted this money, which part of me wonders, are we using this money because, and maybe you can answer this too, is it federal money that is requiring us to use, put sidewalks in because it's federal money, it's a requirement? Or is it just because we really are looking at it as, we're enriching the Northwest area? So.
Any further opposition?
I'm Leroy Bullis. I live on the intersection of 12th Avenue and Karen Street. Something I had not heard of until now, the narrowing of the street, 12th Avenue, is that happening?
We'll ask that once all testimony is done.
Okay. 12 years ago, I built a new garage. I was told that my garage had to be 32 feet from the curb line. At that time, I did all the preparation for the soil preparation for the garage and the driveway. And I built my garage with a very minimal slope. I find it very hard to get in and out of a vehicle when the front end of your vehicle is high. I ran that out to within like 10 foot of the curb line, and then I have a steep slope. And I'm wondering how the transition is going to take place from that point to the sidewalk, because I assume the sidewalk's going to be flat. And I'm going to end up with a lot of garage removed, or a lot of driveway removed, and I'm just wondering how that's going to transition to that sidewalk. I had another question on my mind, and it's slipping my mind right now. I'm trying to think of what that is. Yes. There was mention of the 10th Avenue project. Are we going to be dealing with and responsible for all the weed seed that was planted on 10th Avenue? Because it is absolutely, totally ridiculous. There is no grass in some of that area. It is all weeds. Who's responsible for that? I should hope that we don't have to deal with that. I don't know where the soil come from. I'm assuming it came from the landfill. And I've heard comment after comment after comment about that soil that comes from the landfill is solid weed seed. And would almost look like no grass was planted in the area I'm talking about. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people here have seen that. I'm sure you've seen it. Do we have to deal with that? Okay.
Any further opposition? I will say, just make sure that your comments are unique.
I hope so. There's no boulevards on 12th, so the grass shouldn't be an issue. Jan Mullen, as somebody who's disabled some and able to walk, if I walk on the sidewalks where the sidewalk is right at the street, every driveway dips down, so with a walker or a child on a bike, or we have a friend that lives the next street over who rides a scooter, he can't ride on the sidewalks. Even if the sidewalk is wide, it's still going to dip down. And then with the snow plowing, if they add that to the street, it will again narrow the street because they very kindly don't put the snow on the sidewalk. It's in the street, and the street gets a little narrower. We've seen that a lot in that whole area, so thank you.
Any further opposition?
My name is Kara Herr. I'm at the corner of 4th and 12th. And we've got a sprinkler system at our house, and there's 4 sprinkler heads right there at the side of the boulevard that will be coming out. So I just want to know, is that our responsibility that when they have to go back in, do we have to pay for that, or is that included in being put back? So.
Thank you. Any further opposition?
My name is Lori Kessler. My husband's out of town, so here I am. I was going to bring up the sprinkler head system also, so thank you, Kara. The other thing was, I live on the corner of Skyline and 12th. We have landscape edging that will have to be removed along with the big evergreen. I'm all for sidewalks, especially in established neighborhoods that have a school nearby for our children to walk safely. But we have no children up in that area that do walk to any schools because they're not close enough. So, and then the other question I was supposed to ask is, if we add this on to our taxes over 10 years, right, will there be interest involved in that? Thank you.
Any further opposition? All right, I will close public hearing. I am going to start asking some of the questions that I wrote down during the testimony. We'll start with the runoff question from Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mayor. Boulevards will be installed as part of the project. I can't speak to specific runoff matters. Justin may be able to. The 30. Anyway, we'll let Justin answer that specific question about runoff. But yes, boulevards, there will be a boulevard between the curb and the sidewalk that's installed.
City Engineer Peterson.
There'll be, so what was your question again?
It was regard to runoff,
Right.
because there was the testimony that the water is basically backing up to the houses and it's not flowing, and so it would cause more of a problem.
The, well, there will be a boulevard which will help with the snow collection on the boulevard. The roadway will have a larger curb and gutter. Right now, it's kind of a straight back curb, so there's not a lot of water that stays in the street, or as much as there will be with a pole curb. So the drainage will be handled in the street with the curb.
Okay, and you might as well just stay up here, Engineer Peterson. So another question that was asked, Mr. Mullen, was in regards to this being very, very close to the homes or to the structures. There was one question regarding asphalt and that it would be very close to the structure, I think it was the home, and how does that play out? Because if it's really close, is that part of the city's boulevard then, or is that on pure private property? How does that work out?
The sidewalks will be placed 4 inches from the property line. So the homes have a setback from the property line, so that setback will remain the same. And so all the construction will be in the right of way. That
Okay. Let's see. Question about snow removal. Will this pile snow either on the sidewalk cause problems? Otherwise, the question I think was if the sidewalk was right next to the road and when you plow, if the snow was going to come up and then you have more to shovel.
right.
Well, Mr. Mullen, what was the question then?
It was that if the snow was piled in the gutter, because the street crew's real good, they don't plow it onto the sidewalks. They currently plow where there are sidewalks, they plow it to the gutter in the streets. So you've got a pile, 3 feet of snow. It's in the street.
I can maybe speak to that.
It blocks the gutter. It blocks, come springtime, the water flowing down.
Oh, if it would block the gutter, okay. And the reason why I ask is because there are neighborhoods in town where our street crew piles snow on the sidewalk and that person is responsible for shoveling. And they don't like that. And I'm just saying, it's like there's a lot of different neighborhoods in town that have unique difficulties based on their area. And there are some places with sidewalks right against the road and they just come by and plow and it just goes on the sidewalk and people don't like that. But, so will it block the gutter?
I can speak a little bit to just snow removal. I would liken it to perhaps 19th through town where there are very small boulevards. And so they plow the snow and then the street crew comes back and moves that snow out of the gutters. They do their best not to get it on the sidewalks because it is a pain. Sometimes that happens, but we do have procedures in place to help minimize any snow going onto the sidewalks or blocking storm drains because we need the water to drain as well.
All right. There was a question asked by, I think, Mr. Marotz. Essentially, I wrote it down as, is this the equivalent of a bridge to nowhere? Are these sidewalks, will they connect to anything? Do these other roads adjacent to this not have sidewalks, and therefore will these sidewalks be the connectivity to other neighborhoods? City Manager Mack?
I can try, and then our city engineer can jump in. So this project is being driven by the need to reconstruct the road. And so the city's policy, at least since 2007, has been that when a road reconstruct is happening, if there are infill sidewalks that need to occur, that's when they occur, rather than going back later and installing sidewalks at another point in time. There's an economy of scale with the cost of the project. So it may seem like they're leading to nowhere, but at least based off of previous policy, the goal of the city has been to infill properties with sidewalks to create connectivity throughout the entire community. That's a pretty lofty goal, but as we continue to move forward with reconstruct projects, that's what we do. We are legally obligated by federal law at a minimum to install brand new curb ramps, ADA curb ramps, and that looks a little silly to have ramps that lead onto no sidewalks at all, and frankly does not aid in the accessibility that we're trying to accomplish. I'll let you continue with your questions, and if Justin has anything else to add.
for him, and then also the angle of the sidewalk in relation to the driveway. And I heard one person say that as well.
The sidewalks are installed relatively flat all the way through the driveway. We match in to the driveway, so there shouldn't be a bump or anything that needs to be adjusted. We match into the existing, so what's there. So I guess there shouldn't be any problems. Seems like I'm missing a question, but
I'll leave that open for council to pursue further. Mrs. Fox asked the question, what was driving this? Is there some money behind it to be pushing this, or?
There's no federal dollars associated with this project. As we mentioned earlier, the need for sidewalks and connectivity is born out of city policy that resulted from past litigation. So these are city dollars that are paying for this project.
There was a question about the seeding and the quality of the soil and the quality of the seeds on the reconstructed, replaced land. Comparison was made to 10th Avenue. Any comments on this?
The goal is to, the contractor is responsible for seeding along the route, and anything that's disturbed would be reseeded. Once the project is done, then the landowners would have to, water the seeding and have it take hold until it takes hold, I guess. So that's how we typically handle the seeding in our projects.
Okay. And again, I'm asking the questions that were asked by the opponents, and then if council wants to pursue some of these, I will allow that. There was a question, City Manager?
I do believe with 10th Avenue, we had the contractor come back at least once and reseed, if not twice. That happened right as I got here. But then it does become the property owner's responsibility.
Thank you. Questions about sprinkler systems? Will they have to be removed, and if so, who's paying for that? And I guess, how does that work with the rest of the sprinkler system in that yard?
We sent out a letter to the folks along the route asking for their contact information, and then if there's any information that they have as far as existing sprinklers, we would like to know that so that the contractor can work around them. If there's any damage done to the sprinklers, they will be repaired as part of the project.
Okay. Landscaping question from Mrs. Kessler. Will the landscaping have to, is it same as sprinkler system? Does it have to be removed? And
Generally speaking, if it's existing, we'll plan on replacing it after construction goes through. Don't know exactly where the landscaping is, but if that's where the sidewalk goes, then we just match into their existing landscaping.
okay, if the landowner has to pay for it and it's on their taxes, will they also be paying interest? Is there any interest?
The assessment is 10% over 10 years. So yes, there is an interest. They also have the option to pay prior to the assessment roll, which then the interest wouldn't be part of that.
Okay. For all the people who testified, I apologize if I missed a question. I think I got most of them, most all of them. So I just want to make sure that your questions were asked and in a manner that we can answer them. So with that said, City Manager? Oh, yep. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a question about eminent domain. The planned sidewalks are all on city-owned right-of-way, platted city right-of-way. So there is no need to acquire private property for it.
Okay. I will close the public hearing. Have I done that? I don't think so. I'll close the public hearing, and the chair will entertain a motion to approve the resolution. I just want to make everything clear that even if you make the motion and second it, it doesn't mean that you're automatically in favor of it. It just means that we have to do this in order to even debate it. So chair will entertain a motion to approve the resolution. Motion made by Councilman Tupper, seconded by Councilman Schutte. Let's open it up for questions and comments. Councilman Peters.
Yeah, I got several here. Well, let me just run down the list. I'm going to apologize if I bounce around a little bit. So I think
Leeway granted.
I think City Manager Mack might have addressed this, but help me understand why this street, what's the priority? How do we pick 12th Avenue? You know, maybe set the table that way, because I think people are kind of wondering, well, why this street? It's not a through street like 10th Street is. Why is this one up for discussion?
Sure.
Let's start there.
That's a great question. I may not be able to answer it as eloquently as our city engineer or our public works director, but the short answer is that the city has adopted a pavement management program which grades all of our streets, and this one has risen to the top at this point for reconstruction.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, why does it rise to the top?
Well, it's based on pavement condition. Our city engineer can give you more detail on that.
There's 12th Avenue, this section of 12th Avenue has been on, I guess, it's been on our radar for reconstruct for several years. Basically since I've gotten here, I've heard about this street that needs to be redone. And ultimately, this project is also in conjunction with WMU. They also have a water main project, so it made a lot of sense if they're replacing the water main and we need to redo the street, that we do them at the same time.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep going here. So, and I'm not a real estate agent, so this maybe nobody can answer this, but when folks are buying properties, is there a notice if there's not a sidewalk saying in the future you may be responsible for putting in a sidewalk here? Is there any kind of notice before they're planting trees? Because I'm assuming, like most people, they think that property is theirs, and it's not, in theory, even though they maintain it. Is there some consideration that says, hey, just so you know, there's no sidewalk here, you might have to be financially responsible for it?
You know, I can't speak to that on the real estate side, but when you do purchase property, it would have any platted right-of-way or easements should be on your deed, which would show where city right-of-way is at.
Okay. Okay, so a couple more here. Bear with me. So this reference the 2021 master plan, is that right? What was and we were relatively new to town then, so what was the purpose behind that master plan in terms of how, was there public input that we want more sidewalks, we want more accessibility? How was that?
The master plan is related to all transportation. So again, that was before my time here, but I believe the council wanted some type of plan for how we are addressing transportation needs in the community. I couldn't tell you who put that study together. We can find that information, but it has guided our policies and procedures for how we handle not just road construction or sidewalk construction, but where we have traffic signals, where we have turn lanes, where we make changes related to traffic patterns and traffic flow. So there is a small portion of the transportation master plan that specifically addresses sidewalks. The sidewalk accessibility plan was adopted in '07. That's a separate document from that.
Okay. So we talked a little bit, City Manager Mack, before the council meeting about a method of where they put in the sidewalks. You consulted with the Public Works Director on how they put in these sidewalks and not actually tear the trees out. They essentially cut through the roots, for lack of a better explanation. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So this happened on 10th Avenue. It's happened in other communities I've been in as well. I think there are 21 trees that are slated for removal if during the design of the sidewalk process, it's determined that, the roots are within a certain space from where the sidewalk is going. They can participate in a practice called root grinding and maintain the tree. And I do believe that happened on, I couldn't tell you how many on 10th Avenue, but it did occur.
So it was mentioned, I think, by you, Justin, that if a tree is killed in the process, that the contractor, is it the city that would be replacing the tree? I guess, what's the tree warranty? How long is that for?
Well, generally, we look at it for a year. If the tree can survive that first freeze thaw, it's generally going to do okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Just also for some additional information, any trees that are removed, we do replace them with new trees in the boulevard.
Open it up for further questions, comments. Councilman Danforth. And leeway granted, just go ahead.
First of all, I think a point of clarification, Mr. Peters, in regards to, are the homeowners, when they buy a lot or a home, are they aware? I think our ordinance dictate or suggest that we have the right to do that if it's deemed necessary and needed, and I think that's probably the answer to that question. But I'm a little confused on what I've heard out of the public and with yourself in regards to, I thought I heard earlier with the public's comments that the sidewalks were going to be right up against the curbs, and then, Justin, you said there's going to be boulevards. Which is it? Is it a mix? What is it?
There's going to be a boulevard all along between the curb and the sidewalk. There will be, it will vary a little bit, but it'll be roughly 4 foot of space.
12 foot?
4 foot.
4 foot.
4 foot.
And 4 foot of boulevard?
It's roughly, it varies along the route, but it's roughly.
So that's taking our land then. That's up to Councilman Danforth if he wants to let you piggyback on his question, but.
I'll
otherwise-
allow him, but I
yeah.
want him to note this in the future.
I appreciate your generosity. So you said 4 feet of boulevard? Is that, okay, sorry, go ahead. You can answer that. It's 4 feet. Okay, so is this standard measurements? I guess, is this a cookie cutter approach where when we're putting in new sidewalks, it's this distance, this is the setback, this is what we're doing? Or does each neighborhood have its own set of rules that they abide by?
It's not really by neighborhood. It's based off of what the city has for right-of-way.
Okay. And we believe that we have enough right-of-way for a 4 foot boulevard plus the sidewalk.
Go ahead, Justin.
On both sides.
Yep.
I'm just going to have to ask the people in the audience, you just got to be quiet. Please just respect the process.
Yeah, like I said, it'll vary. Some are a little less than 4 foot, but at some places it could be 4 foot, yeah.
Okay.
4 foot is our typical boulevard width or greater.
Councilman Danforth, you're done, Councilman Peters? Okay, thank you, Councilman Danforth.
Didn't know you were going to hog my time, but that's,
Didn't count it against you.
I know, Ms. Mack, that you said that this has resulted from a 2007, I'm not sure the term used, litigation plan or something, but that was about the ADA compliancy on the corners, correct, that whole issue?
It was, I'm still working on details of that because no one on staff was here when that happened. I reached out to First District and because they helped facilitate the 2007 plan. So yes, it was related to the corners and connectivity. But the details beyond that, I don't have them.
Yeah, my very, very faint memory is that it really dealt with the corners themselves, but I could be wrong there. So and I don't expect you to know this, but it's somewhat rhetorical, but in our experience here, since 2007, when we've had projects like this, have we been 100% in compliance with placing sidewalks in where they don't exist?
I couldn't answer that for you. I know that we have had, let me look it up here, assessment projects. So there was 10th Avenue, sorry, I have to get through my notes. 10th Avenue Northwest, 3rd Avenue Northwest are the most recent sidewalk assessments.
Okay, and was the 10th Avenue sidewalks on both sides, or was it on one side?
It was on one side because there was not enough right-of-way on the other side to meet compliance for the width of the sidewalk.
You know, part of what we're doing here is we're paying for poor planning and sins that have been made over many, many, many decades. And so now we've got areas of town that, and even looking in this area where we have some sidewalks, but majority of this area doesn't have sidewalks. And I know that's the difficult part. I look at it, and to me, it's somewhat of a neighborhood thing. If the neighbors don't seem to see a big need for it, other than if there's some other type of requirement, you know, federal or whatever, you know, I lean in that direction. But it also seems, you know, I look at this, I go, why this spot? Just because we have a policy that I am pretty positive we have not fully enforced since 2007. Why this one? Why, then the next question is, why both sides of the road if one side can meet the same need? Now, obviously, it forces somebody across the street, but I'm having a hard time with this one. I'd love to see him in there, and I think everybody here would love to see him in there if it worked, and we all got different issues, but number one, it's a lot of money. These are fairly big lots. It's a large area. It's a really, really well-established area in regards to their homes and their facilities, buildings on their homes, their driveways, their trees, whatever, their landscaping. So it's a big disruption in that area. And I'm struggling with the need for sidewalks in this area. I'd love to see them, but I'm struggling based on all the issues and concerns in approving this myself, so.
Would anyone like to speak before Councilman Peters speaks a second time? Councilman Bueller.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things, and this is for Councilman Peters, by the way. That we have what we call a waiver of right to protest, and we put that against certain properties when they develop. And that says that we have the right you have the right to waiver protest, so at some point when the city deems it's a proper time, then sidewalks have to go on. We do it for different things. Just an FYI for you there. But I got a couple of questions, and one of them is in the tree removal. You said 21 trees, I believe is the number. Mm-hmm. Of those 21 trees, how many of those would be ash trees? Do we know that, Justin? No?
I don't know that answer.
Okay, that would be good to know. And then I think there was, you know, somebody had a concern and brought up the idea of, or why we did one sidewalk on 12th, or on 10th. And I think the reason mainly for that was, I believe, because the houses, the proximity was so close that you could barely park one car in the driveway. I think that was why we chose one side to do that. The other question I have is, and Justin, you and I spoke about this afternoon, and that is the 5-foot width. And I believe that's an ADA issue that requires, because a lot of most of the sidewalks in town were 4 feet, but we've adopted that width over the last several years. And there was some discussion about bump outs, and I'd liken that to like a little rest area at certain intervals. Apparently, this is acceptable by ADA to allow somebody to pass, you know, somebody in a wheelchair with a walker, whatever the case may be. that certainly I would think would help a little bit with the space if we could do that. And I don't know what the interval requirements would be for that, but that's a question I have too as we move forward. Thank you.
I did just want to note that there was one person who testified who commented upon being able to park the car in the driveway without blocking the sidewalk. I forgot to ask that one. So, Councilman Shetty?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I might have a longer list than Councilman Danforth sometimes, so.
No way.
So, first question, I guess, would be, do we as a city go to each property affected on this in person to determine all these factors? I mean, do we actually look at, the reason I ask this question is, for example, I'm not as knowledgeable on the engineering side of it, but I went for a little drive before the meeting and happened to bump into Councilman Bueller at the same time he was out driving your neighborhood. And so as I'm looking at it, I'm observing some of these concerns. I'm questioning even the 4-foot thing, but on some of the properties there. But do we, first off, I guess, do we go out to each one? Do we do it, based off of, this kind of a view right here from, or do we actually go to the properties to look over each one? I guess that's my first question.
Well, it's kind of a combination. We, this is a aerial view that we take a look at, and then we also go out there and survey it and drive it just like you guys do. So it's a combination of all those things.
All right, thank you. Because the reason I ask is, for example, I have one question here, is the driveway slope, and there's one property, I don't remember the address, but it's on the north side of the road, and if you were to add 4 feet and then a sidewalk, with the driveway and then the slope it had down going to the road, that's going to affect that even more so. From what I could, especially if the driveway is going to, or I mean, the sidewalk is typically level with, or really close to the elevation of the curb and gutter, I believe. And so if that's the case, and you push that 4 foot into the property, I guess maybe that's one of those, it's going to be a little less boulevard possibly, but whatever distance it is, and you have that sidewalk, that's going to be into their driveway from what they're used to, and it's going to shorten up where they can park, because it's going to have to, that slope will be further into the driveway. So I absolutely understand some concerns. I got a feeling that if I was not sitting here, looking at it from, because I understand consistency and everything, I would probably be having these same concerns myself if I lived there. So that's one observation. I guess I don't necessarily need a response. I just noticed that the length of the driveway is going to be affected, where it's going to have to slope down, it would appear. Yeah, there's just I had another note here, but it's been talked about only on one side. Just wonder how much we've looked into that, just having sidewalks on one side versus both sides. So just curious if that's how much we put thought into that particular portion of it. Let's see here. Tree life, I guess you did touch on that. You mentioned that, I guess, if it does make it the first year, because I was wondering, how do we know if, 2 years later, but is there an industry standard? I guess it was answered. If that's what it is, if it makes it the first year. Yeah, that was one of my questions, I believe. ADA accessibility. So having sidewalks in the neighborhood, I'm for having more sidewalks in the neighborhood. That was asked when we were having our first debate, when I was running for council the first time, and sidewalks was brought up. And I mean, sidewalks, the neighborhood I live in has sidewalks, and I can see people using them because the sidewalks are there, and I can see the benefit of it. So, but I also understand when you're used to not having sidewalks, I absolutely can understand that perspective. But I do believe sidewalks will help in many ways. But again, the wisdom in here, how do we do this in a neighborhood that's, like I say, this Councilman Danforth said, just how we did developments in the past. Now we got to try to navigate through that whole process. So I do see the advantage, because it was brought up about the sidewalks not being used much, or a couple areas. They probably will be used more once there's sidewalks put in. I mean, my neighborhood, people are using the sidewalks. They're not walking in the middle of the street. It's because the sidewalk's there. So they're going to be used. I mean, that's why you put sidewalks in a city. So we're not, in the middle of the street. So I do see the advantage of sidewalks. I don't want to minimize the value of that. But also, the sidewalk, but it was brought up, and I don't know if this was answered, sidewalk dip. Is there gonna be dips but isn't the sidewalk, there isn't, I mean, it's just gonna be level with the road. I don't believe there is gonna be a dip going up and down with sidewalks. It was mentioned, I wrote it down, but I think, aren't they gonna be just level with the curb and gutter? Would that be correct?
Yeah, the way the sidewalks are, they're usually just a little bit higher than the curb,
Little
so
bit
that
higher than
everything
curb and
slopes to the road.
Okay. One question here on the damaged sprinklers, or removal, it mentioned here. What's the difference? If something, you mentioned damaged sprinklers, they would potentially be a cost, that'd be taken care of. But what about the removal of sprinklers and having to reroute? Does that covered as well by the city, the contract on this process, or the damage was mentioned, but what about the removal?
If there needed to be removal, then we, as part of the fix of the sprinkler system, it end up being the end product would be it end up being operable sprinkler system.
And that'd be at the cost of the city on this.
The city on
process
this
here,
project.
not the
If we have to
homeowner.
move it, then
You have to
it'd be the
move it.
city.
Okay. Yeah, I guess personally, I still have, okay, consistency. I can see as a city, again, doing this now for 2.5 years, I understand why we're doing this. It makes sense. Having consistency, trying to, getting sidewalks, once we do something like this, put sidewalks in neighborhoods, I'm all for sidewalks. I also, though, understand it really will affect, even if it affects just a couple property owners in a really odd way, with driveways and stuff. I mean, that's why I'm not quite there yet as far as seeing, and maybe it's just because I haven't, I've asked some questions tonight. That's why part of me is wondering to mention deferring this for 2 weeks. I've just been processing this. If we were to defer it for 2 weeks to kind of talk about it more instead of trying to just make a decision tonight like this. But I guess I will let that up to other seasoned council members if they agree. I'll concede at that.
And I was going to ask City Manager Mack to explain to us what the process is, because I want to make sure that everyone understands what happens if this vote goes through tonight, or if it doesn't, what the impact would be if we deferred it for a time. But if with the council's indulgence, I would like to ask City Manager Mack that question now.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually will have our finance officer speak to the assessment process, but did want to make clear that because this is a public hearing, if you're going to defer action to a future date, you need to defer the public hearing. So you need to have another public hearing, which could be 2 weeks from now, but depending on publication, I'm not entirely for sure. The action tonight notifies the adjacent property owners that the city will be engaging in an assessment project. The actual assessment action will come later after bids are awarded and final costs are established. Kristen, you can fill in what I may have missed.
No, that's pretty much it. So the necessity is the first process of any special assessment. So if the council would not pass this resolution, then once the project is completed, we couldn't come back then and assess at that stage. So this is just to kind of go through the formal process. As the manager stated, we do this, we go through construction. Normally about September is when we'll do the actual assessment roll. It'll go by homeowner and the amount that property owner will be assessed. That is their opportunity then to pay in full. If they don't choose to pay in full within the 30-day window, it goes on their tax roll for 10 years. And the interest rate is established by the council, and the standard has been 10%. So, if any other questions, I can try to help. Thank you.
All right. I know Councilman Peters wants to speak. Councilman Jurens or Councilman Tupper, you haven't spoken, so you have the right to speak first. Councilman Tupper?
Is this tied to any, I think somebody had a question before, any water main or wastewater? Not wastewater, street, stormwater, thank you.
Not this project specifically, no.
Will there be any stormwater replay, or any, being we're putting in new curb and gutter, will there be any replaced in?
There was not a lot of utility work other than water main on this project.
So in a water main, will they be tying into residents with that water main?
That would be a WMU question. I believe they are.
I believe they are. And what do they do with that? Do they, WMU, do they charge each individual when they tie in a new water main? Maybe you can't answer that. I believe they do, but I can't say that for a fact.
Yeah, Councilman Danforth, if you can
If it's
answer
a
that.
replacement repair like this, they do not, because they've already paid for it originally. So unless there was a breakage from the shut off on the main to the house, that's the responsibility of the landowner, property owner. But in this case, where they're going in and replacing that, the utilities will, at their expense, they do the reconnect.
Okay, so it's trying to get me a total picture of what the cost is going to be to the homeowners when I'm asking those questions. So when I look at it, you know, we've tried to have some continuity. Does anybody have any idea what the assessment was, average per property on 10th Avenue?
We can get it for you. No, not off the top of our head.
And when we put that on one side, it was just assessed to the people on the one side, right? I don't know how many times I've had people ask me where they put in an ADA accessible curb cut, where there was no sidewalk. How stupid are you guys? You know, because there is no sidewalk there. Well, that's part of the federal law that we have to put that in. With the long-term plan, when we back in 2007, when we put this in place, I think it was for the betterment of the whole community. Where, in my problem with this is where do we pick and choose what we're going to do? You know, I know 10th Avenue, I wasn't on the council at that time, and how they came up with the one side and not the other. I know there was a lot of discussion in that because I did follow it some. God, if we just say we're not going to do it here, we might as well just take it off the books and not have any sidewalks other than in new developments. Because we're going to run into the same thing in every street improvement project we do. And to Councilman Peters, when they did the pavement management system, I believe that was, when they first started that was about 8 years ago or so. And what that was is done by a company that grades every inch of road we got in town, and they kind of put together a master plan of, you know, what needs to be done in different tiers of repairs. So it's worked out very great for the city. So I just really struggling, and I feel sorry for everybody that's in this room, but where do we draw the line of what do we do and what don't we do? I think, you know, I'm not a real estate agent, but I think if I was going to buy a house that has a sidewalk, the value would be a little bit more. But maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe you got less boulevards, so maybe it does go the other way. But I just really struggle with not following our procedures. Procedures were put in place for a reason, and you know, we just can't pick and choose which neighborhoods we're going to use the procedures on. So, thank you.
City Manager Mack wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a question asked, I believe, by a member of the public, and I think Councilman Shetty discussed driveway slopes. So we did run into this issue on the 3rd Avenue project. We do go work with the individual property owners if the slope is going to exceed the 15% criteria that's in the engineering design standards. So it's not necessarily a one and done. We do recognize that there are individual impacts. Additionally, as it relates to 10th, we would have been creating a hardship by installing sidewalk on the south side. Typically, you would install on both sides of a reconstruct or a new road, as long as you're not creating a hardship like those properties being as close to the property line as they were. So that's the rationale for the recommendation to do both sides. Again, it aligns with the transportation master plan, but also addresses the community's connectivity issues. And just a point of information that should the council decide not to include the sidewalks in this project, we still are obligated by federal law to install the ADA accessible ramps.
To nowhere.
Councilman Jerns, did you have comments, questions?
I'm going to be quick. I think we're getting a little wore out, me included. This will affect not only the 2 or 3 or 4 that are real close to 12th Avenue, but it's going to affect a lot of people, not just in the cost, just in blowing snow. Every doggone time we get an inch or 2 of snow or more all winter long. I've always been, felt lucky not to have to do this on those little sidewalks all the way around our homes and our lots. That being said, per city ordinance and in their signatures, real quick question. Sidewalks are required only for new construction, true?
They are.
They are part of the requirements for new development, yes.
So sidewalks are not required here, only the ADA?
Per city ordinance related to subdivision regulations, yes, sidewalks are required for new construction. City, well, I don't know if it's ordinance, but city policy, which is adopted by this body, states that infill sidewalks are a requirement for reconstruction projects.
Okay, new construction or reconstruction, where are we at on this?
They're in different parts of the rules. So new construction is in the subdivision regulations. This is a different policy that the council has adopted. It's not in ordinance. It's
Okay.
a resolution that was passed by the council.
Okay. And if we agree or disagree with that, just say we agree with that, can we have sidewalks on one side of the street like we did on 10th?
I'm not, can you clarify what you mean by agree or disagree? A policy was adopted by the council, which means it is a regulation that at least staff are supposed to adhere to. And as it relates to 2 sides of the street or one, the recommendation is to do both sides, but it's up to the council to decide.
Okay, I can go back to our sidewalks required by ordinance, no, but it is, well, we'll, when we vote, we'll decide what we feel like on the language. That's all.
Councilman Peters?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple more questions for you, Justin, if you don't mind. What is the current width of the road right now? The current width of the road that's going to be narrowed, let's start there. How wide is that?
I believe this is, what's the measuring tool? I think it's 36 feet,
Okay. And what will it be narrowed to?
34.
Okay. So is the narrowing happening so we can shore up some more room to put in the boulevard and the sidewalk? Is that the theory behind it, or what would be the purpose of narrowing the road?
That came into play a little bit, but just the roadway didn't, trying to make a uniform section all the way through there, and so
Okay.
that was the goal.
Okay, so, and again, just to emphasize this one more time, so it's 4 feet for the boulevard, 5 feet for the sidewalk, for a total of 9 feet that will be taken out into construction, should I call it, is that right? Okay. So I guess to round my comments out, what I'm getting is, I'm going to be a no on this. I just don't see this as a cookie cutter approach. I mean, I think that everybody would agree, or most people would agree, that sidewalks are a good thing. I don't think that this particular plan fits in this neighborhood. I'm looking at these aerials on my computer here, and I'm looking at them up there. And if I'm driving a pickup, and if I park on my driveway, that pickup's absolutely going to be blocking the sidewalk, especially with what it's planned for right now. So I guess we don't have to lament on that too much. I want to thank, certainly the staff for their time, but I think what we need to do is take a look at not only the policy or the ordinance or whatever that is, and say, hey, we're in agreement that sidewalks are a necessity. Well, maybe I'd use that word loosely. They'd be nice. But we can't put a square peg in a round hole for every single neighborhood that we have. I just don't think that that's responsible. And, I think most people would agree that those dollars could be spent elsewhere. So that's where I'm at. I just want to round my comments out. Thank you.
City Manager Mack would like to ask a question.
A point of clarity, based off your comments, Councilman Peters, is the desire to not move forward with sidewalks at all, or the desire to not assess property owners for the sidewalks? Because those are two different things.
My desire is to, well, I don't know what you're asking. Can you repeat
Well,
that?
I guess my question is, so this project is out to bid. It includes the sidewalks as part of the bid project. The action we're asking tonight is if you support assessing the property owners for installation of the sidewalks. Not if you support the sidewalks. But if you don't support the sidewalks, then we probably have to do something related to the bid that's already out.
Yeah, I think what I'm getting at is I don't support the sidewalk plan for this particular development. So I guess to put it simply, it wouldn't make sense to assess the values if I don't believe in the plan.
I have two councilmen waiting, Councilman Danforth, Councilman Tupper. But I did have one question. Councilman Peters raised something. I just want to ask this so that the people in the room know what's happening. So let's say this goes down today and we vote this down. The road is still going to be narrowed in some areas, and then there will be fill brought in, and then there will be seed brought in as well, right? Okay, and that's not going to change whether there's sidewalks or not. Okay, I just want to make everyone clear that you might still, I can just say, it's like I've talked to a lot of people who live on 10th Avenue, and it's been a couple years. Finally, people are getting okay with it, but I'm just saying, I want everyone to know that this isn't, even if it's voted down and they might be happy about that, it doesn't change the fact that you might not be happy with an aspect of your yard. I'm just, because nothing can really change that. Sure.
Just following up on that, I have a vested interest in this. This is obviously my ward, but I think the policy needs to be looked at as far as how we approach these developments and reconstruction, if you will, because even if this wasn't in my area, I think it's still responsible to take a step back and look and say, does this actually make sense? So I think that we should probably bring that up for a bigger discussion so we don't run into this in the future. And so, to some extent, it's kind of on us as a council because this was in the budget. We knew that this was coming. But now that we actually dove into this on a case study basis, I think that we're finding out that it doesn't cookie cut fit every single neighborhood, and it's worth looking at. That's all I got.
Councilman Danforth.
Thank you. First comment and then a couple questions. I know there's been comments made in regards to the seeding of the areas that are exposed and such. 10th Avenue and 19th Street are the two that really come to mind. I was in both of those cases, I was called out by people that live in those areas to take a look at what the work looked like afterwards. And I gotta be honest, it was really pathetic. The work that had been done, there were rocks everywhere in there. The dirt was horrible. It was just very poorly. There was garbage within that dirt. I don't know what our standard is or what our expectation is and how we define what's acceptable in that work. But right now, we kind of get people doing stuff that they don't know what they're doing, and so they just throw dirt and whatever it is in there, and they throw seed over the top. If we don't have a standard for that or expectation, then maybe we should be looking at that. So now a couple questions. Justin, have we done any kind of property by property by property assessment as to how many properties would be affected adversely in their ability to park their vehicles in their driveways and not cross the drive or the sidewalks?
We have looked at that. I don't know the number. It wasn't a lot.
That doesn't help me.
I know.
Right. The second question I have is, when I look at this, and again, it can be distorted a little bit with your GIS system here, but when I go on and I look at this, there are what appears to be quite a number of properties that, assuming you're 9 feet, right, assuming your 5-foot sidewalk and your 4-foot boulevards, there's going to be sidewalk that's really close to some of these garages and buildings. Have we done any assessment on that?
I think these buildings are offset from the property lines. I don't know the number, but the sidewalk would sit within the right of way.
I understand that.
So the buildings, based off of our setbacks, they're far enough away from the road.
You're saying that that all the buildings are in compliance with the setbacks, and therefore we're not disturbing the setback with this project in any manner?
We're not changing the setbacks. Everything's in the right of way.
Okay, and there were no variances on any of these that now have buildings there?
I don't know
I
that.
think we should look and see if there really are any that are affected by that. I mean, because it looks like if you take 9 feet away, some of these, that looks very close. And I don't know what those side yard setback, what are the side yards on that, 6 feet? I know that got changed way back when. I think it went from 6 feet to 9 feet or something like that, but I think in certain cases it's 6 feet. So anyway, that's a point of concern that I would have as well. And I am, albeit that I'm upset with Councilman Peters for stealing my time, I'm in the same boat he is in regards to not being in favor of this. And I do strongly agree that we should look at, staff did their job on this thing. And if we have a policy in there that says this is what we should be doing, I don't believe it's in ordinance, I believe it's in policy. We should be looking at that. Because I don't, it's a guideline, it's not a requirement. If it's a requirement, then it should be an ordinance. And I appreciate the fact that you guys have all done this and got us to this point. This body is the one now that needs to look at it and say, does it make sense in this application? I don't believe it does, but I do believe that it warrants at least a review of what that policy is and how we go forward, and are there possibilities of cost share? There's different things that we could take a look at that I think that's at least worthy of us doing that. And maybe that is a work session type topic. So all I got.
City Manager Mack? Well, actually, okay, I'm just going to say to the council, if you have a question that might change your vote, then by all means ask it. But if it's just, I think we've vetted this very well, but I'm not going to stop anybody from asking further questions, because if you have something, by all means ask it. But if it's not going to change your vote, if you already have decided, then it might be time to shorten that. Councilman Bueller.
Thank you, Mayor. Our current policy, I got to agree with, these things should be subjective to the council. Again, there's been some mention of cookie cutter. And I know there was a good reason for doing this. And if we do this, we're going to set a precedent for additional development down the road. I think the way to get around that, though, is to change our policy, to make it subjective to this council. I think that's basically what Mike was saying, too. I think that's the direction we ought to go. I don't know, personally, I don't know that there's a lot of questions that I think we still need to answer, which at the least, I would say we need to probably put this off for a little while again. But right now, I'm leaning in the direction of not putting them in.
And I will say, Councilman Shetty did ask the possibility. He didn't make a motion, but Councilman Tupper?
I got to ask one question, and I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just going to pick an intersection here. Let's say at Karen Street and 12th in the northwest corner, and I were to tear that house down and build a brand new one. Would I be required to put in sidewalks at that time?
Yes.
So what's the difference? Because that's our policy, our ordinance. So now we're going to have 2 pieces of sidewalk to go to no place, correct? I think we're just opening up a can of worms that we're never going to be able to close again with this discussion. So, and I feel sorry for everybody that's in the speaking against this tonight and all the property owners. But if it's in policy, it's in policy for a reason. Should we address that policy someplace down the road? Maybe that's possible. But what we fail to do a lot of times is with ordinances or policies, either one, is to address what's in front of us today, what our policy is today. And a lot of times we don't address that. We do it with emotion. We're elected to uphold the policies and procedures and the ordinances. So I will be supporting this tonight.
Councilman Shetty?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm asking these questions because I have a bent a certain direction, and yet here's my questions here to kind of get some clarity, maybe for all of us. One, Councilman Danforth had asked earlier, and I don't know if we really got to. I mean, again, I appreciate the work we're doing as a city on this. Everyone's doing their job to potentially try to work this out, even to get to this point here at this juncture. But my question was, are there any hardships on these driveway accessibilities? And it sounds like there is some. I believe the one I've gathered is we just didn't have the number per se. So so on 10th Avenue, was there a percentage? Right tonight we at least, maybe we can have this answer later this week. But tonight, to make this decision, we don't have that. I don't have that question answered. How many hardships there are on the one side versus the other, as far as for this driveway? It sounds like there will be some. So that's one that I guess I don't believe we've really dialed in here. If someone has an answer, that would be fine. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to my next question or thought here. ADA, and then on the other side, ADA accessibility. If there's someone that moves into this neighborhood that really needs the accessibility to sidewalk, we got to have these sidewalks. It's our job as a city to provide the proper infrastructure. And so like I said earlier, I am for sidewalks being put in, but I also understand we have these challenges where it doesn't fit necessarily. So, or as far as which side of the road. And so that's the challenge here. But again, there's some people that, even if it's for one person that really needs this use, and it really is a difference of them going out and going down the street, going down a sidewalk or not out in their neighborhood, it's worth it for that one person. So there is that side of it as well. The cost share, that's something that we do as a city. It's consistent. I'm a fan of being consistent, so we do things consistency. So the cost share isn't anything we're asking new of anybody in this neighborhood. It's something we do and every time we have these projects. It's just obviously there's sometimes we've had it where maybe we didn't see it potentially right to be on one side or the other side of the road, like on 10th. We've used that as an example. I had a gentleman from my ward that had the same thing pop up in his neighborhood and had sidewalks going on his side and the elevation of his driveway, and he had some legitimate concerns about the elevation of the driveway into his business. And it was hindsight, he wished he'd added the driveway further down. There was enough room to do that, but that's where it was. However, he didn't know if his trucks were going to bottom out, and again, good concerns, or the hitches and the trailers and everything. In the end, the guy doing the concrete work did it well as far as able to get the elevation correct with water flow, because he's worried about water flow. So the professionals that are doing this work, we're believing that they're going to do it correctly, and so it did work out okay in his case. As far as the changes, though, because again, we're used to something for decades sometimes in some of our neighborhoods. Sometimes these changes are necessary to, again, with the sidewalks. I mean, and other changes. We're all creatures of habit. We like things the way they are. But sometimes it's just necessary to get things, again, the infrastructure, sidewalks, and the use. And yes, people will use sidewalks. They should. technically more than they should use the streets. And so as far as that goes, I can see, again, I see the advantage of it. But then there was one question, I don't remember if it was answered, so I do have this one here. The roadway width, we talked about the width, but parking on one side, is there a certain width that we have as far as that, okay, is it an ordinance or code of some sort where if it's a certain width, then we can go down to one side parking and not have it on both sides? I guess I need an answer for that question. So in case that question was asked earlier, can that be done later? Can later on, we make it one parking on one side?
The engineering design standards has a width, and if it's less than, I think it's less than 34, like 33.9 or something like that, then it could be marked as one side parking.
Okay, thank you. And so on that, are we going down to 34? Is that what was mentioned, I believe, earlier, or?
Yes.
So right, and should be just above that to where, can we make it one side if we did deem necessary? Do we have that authority, or does it have to be under that 33.9 or whatever?
I think we have the authority to do that by ordinance.
City Manager Mack, I think, has something to say.
Mayor, I would just like to comment. So I appreciate all the questions. We need to provide more detailed information to the council. There's engineering design standards, which are adopted in ordinance, which would dictate street width, sidewalk width, slope, all of those things, not just for new construction, but for infill. If you all are amenable to it, I think it may be good to defer this so that we can properly answer your questions so you can make an informed decision.
Councilman Shetty, the floor is still yours.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So right now we're talking about just if we're going to do the cost share. That's what this decision is tonight. Again, a lot of these questions are about if we should do sidewalks or not do sidewalks. So technically, it doesn't really pertain to the cost share. However, personally, I can't vote for yes for doing this cost share tonight if I still got questions on, again, all these challenges with different neighborhoods. So I guess theoretically, this a second conversation maybe after, we'll have public hearing, of course, but to be able to get some of these questions answered and then talk about it more as a public again, maybe will help this, for me personally, to determine, maybe we go to one side versus two. So I am for sidewalks. I am for cost sharing because we're being consistent. We want to make neighborhoods better in these areas. However, I just don't see it tonight yet as when where we're at with all the information given.
Councilman Jurgens, and I will say Councilman Shetty made a motion but he did not make a motion. He suggested that possibly we push this back. City Manager Mack has also said so. I have not heard a motion. I am not going to prompt one. However, if someone on the council wanted to make one, I don't feel that that would be inappropriate. I feel, and I would explain that later simply because if you're going to force me to vote on this now, the vote is going to be no. Councilman Jurgens?
Can I call the question then?
You can call the question.
Questions on the motion on the floor, right?
Yeah. So, all right.
Vote on calling the question.
Any opposition to calling the question? That forces us right to a vote.
That was my question.
Okay.
How does the procedure work?
Is there a second for calling the question? Second. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Nay. Chair is in doubt. Let's call the roll. The motion is to call the question.
Okay. Helene?
Aye.
Jurgens?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Chetty?
Aye.
Tupper?
No.
Bueller?
Aye.
Danforth?
No.
The motion carries. To call it, yeah.
Mayor, I think there was a little bit of confusion.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
I think so, yes.
You know what? I will say I made a mistake. We did not, if there is the desire to wait to push this back, which there was,
Because we called the question.
yeah, but the question is called unless Councilman Jurens wants to take that back, but,
You're making another
yeah,
motion to.
yeah. Actually,
I'm ready to
no,
vote.
it goes straight to the vote.
Oh, it does go straight to the
Yeah.
vote.
So for clarity, go ahead.
Yep.
We can bring it back,
You-
discussion.
Yes.
Which would then, I mean, immediately.
Yes.
And then consider a
Yes. So, okay,
Different.
here's the deal. If you want to, okay, the question was called, goes straight to a vote. There is no debate upon that, so we're going to vote on it. If you do want to reconsider it to make a substitute motion, you would have to vote in the presiding, on the side that wins, and then you would have to immediately make that motion. And then we could take it up right away if that was the desire. So, what would happen to be is you'd have to reconsider, it would have to be taken up at the exact same meeting, but at the exact same meeting, the motion can be made to reconsider for a date determinate. So if you, let's just put it this way. If you don't want to vote on this tonight, if you want more information, if you want a second crack at this, vote in the affirmative side, immediately make a motion to reconsider. We will immediately go back to debate, and then if the desire of the council is to push this back for 2 weeks or till the next council meeting or to any date determinate, then we would make that motion at that time and then vote on that.
Mayor, can I ask one
Councilman
question
Tupper?
that may determine that? City engineer, Mr. Peterson, if we put this off for another month, what do you feel that's going to do to the bidding environment?
Well, I would think, how would that work?
Yeah.
I would think we'd still bid it as is.
We
So,
just wouldn't accept the bids.
well,
Right, we have
yeah.
30 days to award a bid, and
Yeah.
bids are due back on February 28th unless we issue some kind of amendment.
Okay, thank you. That
I
answers
try
my
to, I
question.
try to provide leniency, but the procedure is clear. The question was called. We have to go into a vote. If you are, okay, so,
Can you please clarify what we're voting on?
okay. So if the motion is to approve the resolution. So if you want essentially, if you want sidewalks there, you're going to vote yes. If you don't want sidewalks there, you're going to vote no. If you want to find out more answers and debate this at a time in the future, you would vote on the presiding side, or the side that wins, and you would immediately make a motion to reconsider. I will immediately go back to debate upon this, and then you can make a separate motion. Okay? I just want to make that clear, because I believe that there's a few council people who might make a substitute motion, or make an alternate motion at that time. So, but with that said, if you are in favor of a sidewalk there, a sidewalk assessment there, you're going to vote yes. If you're against it, you're going to vote no. Finance Officer Bob Zine, please call the roll.
Okay. Helene,
No.
Jurens,
No.
Peters,
Nay.
Shetty,
Nope.
Tupper,
Yes.
Bueller. No. Danforth.
No.
Okay.
Motion fails. Would anyone like to make a motion to reconsider? All right, hearing none, motion fails. All right, we are going back to, I will give you 5 minutes. I assume that you guys aren't all that terribly interested upon changing other zoning areas in Watertown. So if you want to get up and leave, you sure can.
We should just take it out of the, or the ordinance, just take it out.
Yep.
Get rid of it.
reading of an ordinance number 24-01, amending the zoning map of the city of Watertown for a portion of Outlot X, Block 8 of Valley View, 4th edition, from R1 Single Family Residential to R2 Single Family Attached Residential District. We'll go to City Manager Mack or Community
bet.
Development Manager.
I can tee it up, and our community development manager can provide details. This item was recommended for approval by the Plan Commission at their February 8th meeting on a vote of 7-0, excuse me. The plat of Valley View 4th was platted in October of 2021. After the lots adjacent to Cayley Court were rezoned to R2 Single Family Attached Residential District on October 15th of 2021. The rezone is appropriate for transitional zoning within a residential district and is the second phase to the interior of Cayley Court. The lots being rezoned will also be subsequently platted with a development agreement brought forward outlining the infrastructure improvement requirements for the next phase of the Valley View development. This plat will be known as Valley View 5th Edition and is attached to the agenda. I will turn it over to Community Development Manager Hanton to answer any questions you all might have.
And so will I. Manager Hanton, do you have anything to add?
So actually, Manager Mack teed it up well. She had the summary that we had put out there with the agenda, so that was all the details, really. This is the Valley View subdivision, so this is just the north side of the R2 area that we rezoned in 2021 within that Cayley Court area, and all of the lots that they are proposing in the plat that will come at the next council meeting will have all the lot sizes will be conforming to the R2 single-family attached residential district.
All right, this is just a first reading, so we're just here for conversation. Is there anyone who, I don't have to open up public hearing, but is there anyone who would like to talk on this? All right, council, questions, comments? Anything? All right, moving on. Item 10B, first reading of an ordinance establishing the zoning designation of R1C Compact Family Residential District for the property to be known as Prairie Haven Annexation First Edition. City Manager Mack.
Mayor, I'll just defer directly to our Community Development Manager.
Manager Hanton.
All right, thank you, Manager Mack and Mayor. This is an annexation and zoning request, and as stated, it is proposed to be R1C, which is Single Family Compact Residential District. This is the Prairie Haven subdivision that we have annexed and zoned. The first phase of this residential subdivision, it has the approved concept plan, and then this portion is just, they're bringing it in, and then they will plat it to conform to that concept plan, and then also meet all of the regulations, ordinance requirements for the R1C district. With that, I'll stand by for any questions. Let me just note that it is 34.97 acres that they will be bringing in when they come with their next phase of the plat. It will not include all of this area, but it will include a portion of it. But this is all in line with, they will have to meet the sewer water consent decree terms, and that is why we go to we try to make it the maximum of 35 acres with what that decree entails. With that, I'll stand by for questions.
This is a first reading. I will open it up if anyone would like to speak on this. All right. Council, questions, comments? All right. Easy peasy. Item C, first reading of an ordinance 24-03, amending the zoning map of the city of Watertown, South Dakota for lots 15 to 18, block 7 of Davelin's addition from I-1 Light Industrial District to C3 Highway Commercial District. City Manager Mack.
Again, Mayor, I'll defer to our Community Development Manager.
Manager Hanton.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Manager Mack. This is another rezone request for the property shown here on the vicinity map in your agenda packet, but then also on the screen. This is located just south of 10th Avenue or Jensen, whichever, and south of Studio 212 for vicinity. This property it exists as I-1 Light Industrial District, and the proposal is to rezone it to C3 Highway Commercial District, which you can see it is adjacent to the C3 property to the north. And also in our comprehensive land use plan, it does show this area as being redeveloped with the mixed use of commercial and industrial zoning. And so this is just kind of the part of transitional zoning. As you can see, it is surrounded by I-1 Light Industrial District properties, but as properties are redeveloped and repurposed, this is the start of the transition that will eventually, you will see more abutting properties be C3 as well, in theory. So with that, I'll stand by for questions.
Okay, on this one, I think there might be someone who wants to speak. You don't have to.
Mayor, if you don't mind too, if I can add, this was recommended by Plan Commission 6-1. So there was one in opposition.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Brian Brandwright. Yeah, well, basically, a lot of these that are in the I-1 currently, I think the one to the far right on the screen there is, that's a church, I believe. Linder Music would be next to that. You go down to the far end where the Social Security building would be, that's all in that same I-1. Is that correct, Brandy? Yep. So it's really not anything out of it's not a big stretch to pull this out, I don't feel. Brandy said they're trying to change a lot of these along that strip anyway. So wait to hear what you think.
Councilman Schutte.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a quick question for you, Ms. Hanton, as far as what, just to refresh my memory on, or C3 versus I-1 versus C3. That's my first question. What it pertains to, what it can allow.
Yep. So thank you, Councilman Schutte. So I-1 is, as it's stated, light industrial, so more of your manufacturing and industrial type uses, where then C3 is the highway commercial. So that's where it caters more to retail establishments and customer traffic.
Okay. Follow-up question then. So would that building with the Social Security, isn't that more of a C3 type of building then? Even though it's in the I-1, it's technically already a C3 building that's just happens to be in the purple?
Yes.
Just to make it simple what we're looking at here.
Yes. So it exists as like a legal non-conforming building where even the uses are C3. They fit in that district much more than the I-1. So that would be something that we could contemplate, as we discussed with Plan Commission, of converting those to C3, but it's just something, so Plan Commission has to initiate it, such a rezone request when it's not applicant driven, but it's just not always a high priority, where once a property wants to redevelop or they're in need of a building permit, that's when we can bring these properties into conformance.
Another follow-up, thank you for that. So if you go down the road, down the street there, you're gonna have the furniture store and their the Sinclair Marketplace thing, that they, again, have added more C3 type of additions there. And that's on the same stretch of road, just on the other side there. So you can see already some development going that direction. So I guess I can see the fit. I just wanted to get some clarity for my own self on this, so thank you.
Councilman Tupper.
Being at the Plan Commission meeting that day, Board of Adjustments meeting, I believe, and Ms. Hanton can correct me if I'm wrong, probably all but one building on that side of the road is running as commercial, illegal non-conforming on the south side of the road there. I mean, if you went all the way from 81 over to, probably the only one that's running in an industrial would be Rowan Steel Construction, just to the east of the property that Brian's talking about.
That's correct. And yeah, I'm glad that you clarified, because I think the first time you said that they were all Well, that they were all industrial
No, I said C3. They're all, well, they're industrial
zone.
zoned, but they're operating under a more of a C3 type.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep, you're correct.
Just never anything's ever been changed as that's been redeveloped over the years. So I don't even think the one just directly to the west of you would be more of a C3, I believe. But it's probably zone industrial also.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions or comments? All right, hearing none, unless anyone on the council objects, I'm going to take a little leeway here on my own, and simply because I know that we have some people who have waited a long time to discuss the Junior League hockey team's lease. And I just don't know how long the medical marijuana fees are going to go on, so I just want to be respectful. So unless anyone has a problem, I'm going to go on to council approval. Item 12B, council approval of a lease agreement associated with the Junior League hockey team's use of the Prairie Lakes Ice Arena. City Manager Mack.
Thank you, Mayor. What you have in front of you is the lease with a future junior team. You will notice that names have been redacted in order for the team to remain in compliance with the NAHL requirements until they've been fully approved. They cannot publicly comment, and we are not at liberty to share who the team is and who the owners are. I actually am going to, at this point, turn it over to City Attorney Carrico to walk through the details of the lease with you, but I will stand by for any questions that you might have.
City Attorney Carrico.
I had emailed some stuff to IT at the last minute, so I couldn't remember if this was one of them. So council, as you know, we've had discussions during executive session about some of the substantive terms of the lease. After we've consulted with staff, we've consulted with our consultant. We've gone back and forth and have gone through several drafts. And so now we are at the finish line. Apart from what was previously sent to you and or provided during our executive sessions, there was a couple of polishing up of just some language to provide more clarity. And in addition to, at the 11th hour is what I'll call it, inadvertently had omitted some requirements of the junior team that arose out of our sports medicine provider agreement with Prairie Lakes. And that had to do more with just some guaranteed advertising and that they were allowed to do, the Prairie Lakes, at the ice arena for their orthopedic and rehabilitation staff, as well as some just some media stuff that needed to occur. We included that in the lease, and we did print that off for you guys, and that is in highlighted in yellow on the drafts that we provided you today. But basically, it would be a 5-year lease. I guess I would stand by for any questions because a lot of it was already discussed and vetted quite thoroughly. So if you do have a specific question, I'm here for you.
Thank you very much. I don't need to do this, but I know that there are some people who have waited a long time to say something on this item. So is there anyone here who would like to say something on this item?
Who are you?
So I behave?
I'm just making, so I can't see it, so I want to be able to see it.
Gotcha.
Okay, you go.
So I'm Todd Randall, the president of the Watertown Hockey Association. I'm here representing the Watertown Laker Youth Hockey Association to give our support to a lease agreement with the junior hockey team. This opportunity will provide not only an economic impact, but more so a quality of life impact in our community. We have a vision of how the influence of a junior hockey team can help us grow our program and take it to the next level. While WHA supports this agreement, We also have the expectation and confidence that both the city of Watertown and the ownership of the new junior team will keep in mind the best interest of all parties, so this opportunity makes a positive impact for all involved and our community. We are well aware of some of the obstacles the junior team can create with scheduling and other aspects of operating our association, but we believe the pros far outweigh the cons and are very excited to support and work with the junior team. We thank the Watertown community. Want me to read it over?
No.
Okay, good. We thank the Watertown community and all the donors and supporters that have made all this possible. We are looking forward to the start of a new legacy for the sport of hockey in Watertown.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Randall. Anyone else out in the audience want to say anything? All right. Council, I need a motion to approve the lease agreement. Motion made by Councilman Tupper, seconded by Councilman Bueller. Let's open it up for questions and comments. Councilman Danforth.
Question, some time ago, in a communication with the prospective owner, I believe that the owner group had asked for some type of confirmation on a lease that would ultimately then be communicated to the NAHL for their use and consideration of awarding a team. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is basically what we're trying to do here, is approve a draft lease that they could present to the NAHL as something that is approved. And then basically it would not get signed unless the potential team or, membership group was actually granted membership by the NAHL, then we would be executing the lease. But they will need to provide this as part of their application.
Well, I'm going to tell you, and I shared a concern with Ms. Mack and the mayor and yourself that I have here. And it's not with the lease itself. It's the way this is being processed. We're being asked to approve something that the NAHL wants in order for them to make a decision, and we have not enabled the public to see this information. And that really doesn't sit well with me from a transparency standpoint. I struggle with that. I'm for the lease. I just don't like the fact that I've got a copy of it here and the public doesn't. And they haven't had. And they won't have. You're our attorney. I struggle with that, so that, because if we're going to approve it tonight.
Sure.
So if anybody in the public, for whatever reason, has a concern with this, it's just too late, isn't it?
I would akin this to when you guys approved the naming rights agreement for Prairie Lakes that was held back until it could be publicly announced. It's my understanding that that's how that one occurred, so I would put it akin to that. Also, we do have it on the screen now, which is a public forum, and people, for the viewing audience, could see it, although we weren't able to post it at the agenda time because it wasn't in its final draft form. Those are the only two
Well, I'm just sharing
concessions
I want my concern to go on record. I'm going to vote for it, but I feel bad that the public doesn't have any type of say in this. They really don't. No.
And I'd like to second Councilman Danforth's concern. It's not that I have a problem with the lease, and I understand that it wasn't, I'm not blaming anyone in the city. I mean, I understand this is the first time we've ever done anything, and there's the NAHL rules to consider, and there's confidentiality. There's a whole lot that goes into this, but it's, I have some heartburn on that as well. Councilman Tupper?
It's not untypical for leases like this to be kept per se under the table until it's time for somebody to allow us to release it to public, correct?
Right. I mean, there are situations, maybe not with a lease per se, but with certain contracts where there's a confidentiality clause until such time that the parties are ready to execute, at which time it could be revealed. Now, remember too, that in all likelihood, this is the lease that should be agreed and approved upon at the time of, you are asking and approving for the city manager to execute if it gets approved and they become a member. But in all reality, you could decide later and post it again later for public comment, I suppose, and try to change it. I don't know that it gets us anywhere. Prolongs the agony.
Follow up, Councilman?
I have to agree with the mayor and Councilman Danforth, but it is being made to the public right now, correct? So anybody could go on the city's website and find this?
It is not attached to the agenda yet.
No, but it will be.
It will be after action is taken. You'll recall with the Prairie Lakes naming rights agreement, it did not get attached to the agenda until after council had approved it.
Yeah,
And it was not shown on the screen either, because we met out at the site.
That was what I'm getting at, is we did it once already on this project with the naming rights. So it's not abnormal, but I do agree with both these gentlemen, so.
Councilman Beeler?
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect to my fellow council people, I think we've approved many leases and agreements in the past without public knowledge. I think we've done that, and I think we're elected to make these decisions. That's my viewpoint on that.
Any further questions or comments? Councilman Shetty?
Just a quick comment on this. Mr. Randall and his comments, after sitting here for 3 hours, just wondering if the needles moved for him running.
You didn't hear it.
Any further questions or comments? All right, hearing none, the motion is to approve the lease agreement. All those in favor will say aye, opposed say nay. Finance Officer Bob Zine, please call the roll. Councilman Tupper?
Okay. Helene?
Aye.
Jurens?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Shetty?
Aye.
Tupper?
Aye.
Bueller? Danforth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Item 12A, an approval of Resolution 24.07, establishing the licensing fees for medical marijuana manufacturing and cultivation. City Manager Mack.
Thank you, Mayor. What you have in front of you is a result of the work session a week ago related to medical marijuana manufacturing, cultivation, and we will be adding testing, as that was part of the discussion, application and renewal fees. As per the discussion last week, the recommendation is to lower all of the application fees for those 3 licenses to $5,000 and lower the renewal fees for those 3 licenses to $2,500. I would stand by for any questions.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the resolution. Finance Officer Bob Zine, do you have a question upon?
Yeah, just because we will be changing the wording of the resolution.
Oh,
If we
okay, so
could
you
make
need
sure
it.
the motion states that for the testing fee.
So I will change the motion to approval of a resolution number 24.07, establishing the licensing fees for medical marijuana manufacturing and cultivation and testing. Is that it? Okay, that is going to be the motion. Do I have a motion? Motion made by Councilman Peters. Seconded by Councilman Tupper. Let's open it up for council questions and comments. Councilman Danforth.
Yeah, Mayor and my fellow council members, I apologize. I was out of town when you guys had your work session, so I have not had the opportunity to talk to anybody really to any extent about that. But when it comes to that, first of all, I agree in lowering the fee. I think where we were at X number of months or years ago, we didn't really know where we were at on some of the stuff when we set the original fees. But the struggle I have really isn't that we're going from where we are down to $2,500 a year, because I got to ask myself, and I don't know the answer to this, so I'm going to ask this question first. Do we have a policy or a guideline as to why we set fees and how we set them? Why do we have fees in this case? There's got to be a reason. So is it a reason to cover our costs? Is it a reason to what? I understand if you know, that we have fees to take your stuff to the dump ground, okay, as an example. We have fees for a lot of different things, little licenses or permits, be a welder or a sign installer, and they're $75. What is it on this that drives this to be a $2,500 annual fee versus a pipe fitter?
Thank you very much, and I will open it up for City Manager Mack or City Attorney Carrico. I know Councilman Beeler did ask that question, but, or Finance Officer Bob Zine?
Go ahead. You might have a better answer than I do.
So as far as a lot of the fees, as you mentioned, Councilman Danforth, they're kept pretty low. They're minimal time and effort to process as far as the licensing. I know for the alcohol, the state does cap what we can charge, and we are charging the max of what we can on the alcohol. So that's the malt beverage and the liquor. So that is kind of capped by the state. The state has not done that with these, as far as medical marijuana, any of these licenses. They kind of let the cities kind of figure it out on their own. And I think that in turn is why you're kind of seeing it all over the board for many different municipalities. So for this one, I can't answer. I would say for the rest of our fees, we do look at them annually and adjust based off of time it takes for staff, research. But that's about all I can kind of give you. Thank you.
And Ms. Bobzine, that would be my understanding historically, is that there's processing fee, we try to get our recover our costs, et cetera. You know, once an initial applicant, in my opinion, gets through, I can see a first year thing, an initial application thing to be higher. But I really question how much effort and time we have to put into it after that. If I may, I got another question. We have a very nice little company here in town that produces alcohol for human consumption, and they sell that. Do they pay an annualized fee to do that? They don't, do they? So my question is how does this differ from that? They're producing, they're taking product, making it into something that ultimately is going to be sold out into. They aren't selling it direct, so they're selling it into the wholesale retail market to be resold. How does that differ from what we're requiring of somebody that's going to grow a product, somebody else that might produce the product, which is equivalent to their alcohol? They don't pay a license or an annualized fee. These people do.
So the only reason that these are before us is part of them getting the license requirements with the state is that they also have to be licensed with the municipality. As we discussed, whatever that fee ends up being based off a council decision, they would still have to go through a licensing process because the state is the one that's regulating that, whereas they're not requiring that with like a distillery.
Okay.
So.
But my point is once they're approved, we're saying every year after that it's $2,500.
That's correct right now. Yep.
Honestly, and that's where I'm having some difficulty. I'm going to vote for this because if I don't, we're going to leave it high. But I struggle with the idea that, you know, our ethanol plant that we have here, they process materials and they create a product and they don't pay a fee. The liquor producer here, they don't pay a fee. And I just wonder, you know, and is it an overreach on our part just to say because we can, we do? And I'm just saying I struggle with that without truly having a basis and an understanding of why we're doing what we're doing. I get it on the other one, $75 for this or $100 for that. I get that. It doesn't take much for us to have that tied up in just processing of that stuff annually. I don't, you know. It's hard for me to justify the difference between $100 and $2,500. But anyway, food for thought.
Councilman Beeler?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree, Mike. I thought about it pretty much the same analogy. It was, you know, you make alcohol, you make whiskey. You're not charging the corn growers. You're not, you know, those kind of things. You're just not those ancillary things that support that. You're not charging for that. And I do want to. I want to mention the proposal I made when we had our work session, and I was the only proposal, was $2,500 for the first year and $1,000 for the renewals. And I think somehow or another it got changed to $2,500. And I don't know if that's necessary either. And I agree. What do we need that money for? Why do we need to do that? I have that same question.
City Manager Mack, do you want to say something?
Ooh.
Right. Councilman Jurens.
I was on the same page as Bruce the other night in the work session. Councilman Bueller.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we got you covered, Councilman Bueller. You know, we've established right now that we don't charge a distillery, we don't charge multiple other places. We don't charge any manufacturer to make a widget in Watertown, South Dakota. And why are we gonna charge this group to make a widget? It's we come back to a little philosophy is how much does the government need to be involved? Or do they need to be involved a lot? And it's just a form of taxation is how I see it. You can call it a processing fee, you can call it a license fee. It's just a taxation, and in those realms, I say no to processing fees. I would side with Councilman Bueller on the, I too believe 2,500. I don't know where we're coming up with that, but I believe if we want to establish a place for employment and for economic development, that we at least get it down to the 2,500 upfront and 1,000 renewal.
Councilman Tupper.
Just to kind of clarify, when you're using that for an example from a distiller, you know, that's somebody that makes alcohol or beer, they pay a larger amount of taxes. A whiskey or gin distiller or whatever pays a federal tax on top of that. And anybody that makes beer pays a pretty good chunk of sales tax to the state to produce that. So it's not really a fair comparison because they're some of that's regulated under federal law and they pay federal taxes on that.
Councilman Peters.
We have I think we've beat this thing to death. I mean, the last, however long. And I think it goes back to the fact that we have no matrix. Yep. We have no matrix that says, this is what we should be charging. I mean, we're throwing out ideas and seeing what sticks. And I have yet to look back, I don't remember who said it over there, but it was, how should we know what to charge? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if anybody does. I don't know if it has any impact on public safety that's saying this is what it's costing us on this side, so this is what we need to, have a fee in place for or whatever. I just, at this moment, I don't see any justification for, naming an amount and putting my finger on an amount. So I don't know how, other than taking Councilman Bueller's recommendation, I don't know how I can rebuttal with that.
Councilman Bueller.
Thank you, Mayor. Here, Kyle. And it really was kind of pulled out of the air, and I thought it was a lot lower than folks were kind of looking at. And to Councilman Tupper's point, we still have $5,000 that the state's going to charge these different entities to do that. I don't recall, does anyone know what the renewal fees for testing and cultivation and manufacturing? So it's $5,000 a year on top of that. So I don't know how much more we need to add to that. Hey, if it's 1,000, but here's what I will say. I think it does get some skin in the game for the folks that are doing this, and it might keep some people that are doing these activities from popping in and out of this thing. And that way you've got people that are real, that are trying to make this happen and get it done. They're going to have a better idea of what the competition looks like. So it does put a little skin in the game, and I think it keeps people from ducking in and out of it.
Councilman Tupper?
I think that's part of what I probably brought up a little bit during our work session when we discussed this. It keeps a little integrity into the program. I mean, if we get it too low, then we got 20 of them out there and none of them survive. So, and we didn't do a whole lot for the economic development, and we got a bunch of empty buildings. So these amounts are what came out of our work session, as a recommendation, if everybody remembers. I'm fine if somebody wants to lower them a little bit, but that is what we spoke very lengthy on during our work session is these amounts, so.
Councilman Peters?
Yeah, I was just going to echo Councilman Tupper. This is what we, essentially decided to put on the agenda in the work session was the 5 and 25. But, I guess I would go back to what's stopping us coming back here in a year having the same discussion until we can get some kind of matrix that says this is what it should be. So I'm in favor of moving it to 2,500 and 1,000 if that's the consensus.
City Attorney Carrico, did you have a comment?
Actually, I believe Councilman Tupper and Councilman Peters kind of nailed it there. It was basically, this is what came out of the work session as what I'm going to call a working product that you guys had directed staff to do. And now you guys are having really good discussion about, is this the number we want or do we want it to be lower? I would just reiterate just different comments that council has made in the past with fees is easier to go down than up. The other thing to take into consideration, which again could be minimal, but just so that you don't come later and say, why didn't you ever say that, is obviously with the testing, manufacturing, and what's the third one that wasn't distribution? Cultivation, was just that there were additional regulations in our ordinances related to that would have to be monitored by code enforcement. Again, probably not a lot, but just stuff that, you guys should consider in weighing what you do want the fee to be. And I'm not saying that it stays at what it is. It's just when you're making a decision, I just like you to make an informed decision. So I thought I'd bring that up.
Councilman Beeler?
Thank you. No, and I think we'd mentioned this before too in our work session that, zoning is definitely going to put limitations on the number of these folks that can do different things. So it's not like there's going to be hundreds of them all in our city limits. So, but yeah, I don't know, Mayor, can I make a motion at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay, I would make a motion that we, for cultivation, for testing, and for processing of marijuana, that we would put an upfront cost for license at $2,500 and renewal at $1,000 for the years beyond that.
Okay. So the substitute motion is essentially to lower the fees from $5,000 to $2,500 and then $2,500 to $1,000. That's for initial application and renewal. So that is the motion. Is there a second? Motion made by Councilman Beeler and seconded by Councilman Jurens. We are now discussing just the amendment, which is, so the amendment is the lowered fees. So $2,500 for the initial application, $1,000 for the renewal for all three licenses. That is what we are discussing. Any comments on that? Councilman Danforth?
I do have a question. Ms. Bobzien, Ms. Mack, do we have an understanding of what our costs are upfront on each applicant? I mean, because that to me is where we're at. I want to make sure that we aren't spending a gazillion hours on this and 2,500 ain't covering it. I'm more concerned. I mean, we've went from 25 to 5 down to what's now proposed at 2,500. Are we? Do you know? Are we covering our costs? Because that's really what we need to be doing.
Mm-hmm. I think any of those amounts would be fine to cover our costs.
Okay.
We regularly look at, for example, our building permit fees. We have those on an annual escalator. That could be the case here. If you want to lower them, we can look at, some sort of CPI adjustment for them as well. But whatever you decide to do as far as impact on staff, it's just staff time. And with the dispensary licenses are capped at 3, so we can kind of figure out what the cost to implement those are. There is no cap on the others, but the market will drive, how many of those facilities we end up having. And if it does come back that it's taking an inordinate amount of staff time, we can certainly provide that back to you.
Okay, because that's where my concern is. Just to make darn sure that we're covering our costs. That should be at least our first line of setting a policy or in this case, a fee. So I'm good with what has been proposed.
Councilman Tupper?
Just for the fact that some of the discussion that was just spoken of, we don't know what we don't know. So I would like to make a substitute motion to be 25 and 25, because we can always bring that other one down in a year from now if we see fit that we're covering our costs. But like I say, we don't know what we don't know, and I'd feel more comfortable with that. So that would be my motion.
Just to be clear, so the substitute motion is to change the fees to $2,500 for initial application and $2,500 for renewals.
Correct.
Okay. That is the motion. It is a substitute motion. Is there a second on that? No, it's a substitute motion, so if this fails, then we go back to the original amendment, which is Councilman Bueller's. Well, that was an amendment upon the original motion. So this is a substitute motion. Okay. Is there a second on that motion? I actually will second it because I don't think that it's an unfair cost, but so we are now discussing the substitute motion, but we don't need to talk about it very long. I'm just saying, it's like if the substitute motion is $2,500 for the initial application and the same amount for renewals. I don't want to take any, I just think it's a fair argument from Councilman Tupper that we can always, it's going to be a lot easier to lower it than raise it. That's my justification. Councilman Peters?
I would recommend that we can vote on this substitute motion, but I would recommend rejecting it and then moving forward with Councilman Bueller's motion and level setting, and then now treating these as the building permits are treated. And every year they're assessed and they're valued according to time spent. Because if we're level setting and we're going lower, then we can build upon that gradually escalating, I think is the term that was used, versus setting them a little higher and then having the discussion again of lowering them. Let's just level set now. Let's get it right this time, and then let's escalate it up accordingly. That's my recommendation.
I don't want to stifle debate, but unless someone is going to change their mind on this, Councilman Schutte?
I haven't spoke yet, so thank you. Does anyone understand why the state is at 5,000? Does anyone?
Councilman Peters?
They have to do, I believe, testing and things like that, and licensing themselves, don't they? I think that's my understanding.
Okay. The motion, it's a substitute motion, is to $2,500 for initial and renewal. All those in favor, please. We'll do a roll call. All those in favor will say aye, opposed say nay. Finance Officer Bob Zine, please call the roll.
Okay. Helene?
Aye.
Jurens?
Nay.
Peters?
Nay.
Schutte?
Aye.
Tupper?
Aye.
Bueller? Nay. Danforth?
Nay.
Motion fails. We are back to Councilman Bueller's initial amendment, which is 2,500 initial application, 1,000 renewal. Everyone clear on that? 2,500, 1,000. Any comments on that? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor will say aye, opposed say nay. Call the roll.
Helene?
Aye.
Jurens?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Schutte?
Nay.
Tupper?
Aye.
Bueller? Aye. Danforth?
Aye.
That motion carries.
Motion carries. All right, we are on to item 12C, acknowledgement of Prairie Lakes Ice Arena donors. City Manager Mack.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is a fun one to end the evening on.
I hope someone's still watching.
Should be excited about that. I know that at least Steve Jurens is watching, because he has been sharing some information with me. So what we have in front of you, I guess to a point of clarity, any item that was over $50,000 and had a request related to naming rights has been brought in front of you already for approval. Any contribution that was a contribution, just out of the kindness of their hearts, is on this list tonight simply for public acknowledgement of all of the public involvement that has gone into this building. To date, the total number raised, I have it written down, and now I can't.
How do you make
find
it?
In donations is $8,893,466. The scoreboard sponsorships total $349,500. So there's, the only action to take is just simply acknowledging all of this really, really great community support.
City Attorney Carrico?
Yeah, and obviously, all donations are important and appreciated. I just wanted to give a little bit of highlights, which was, where is it at? As you know, the Watertown Lakers Hockey Association, they really went out and did a lot of fundraising, and so they have already contributed $116,000. Obviously, all our corporate sponsors, we were, very pleased. And then we had just individual families that were, donating. Just so council kind of understands the vernacular here, the scoreboard super anchors and the scoreboard shrouds. So the scoreboard shrouds are the corners of the center hung scoreboard. The super anchors are, I think, along the bottom of that same center hung. They were different donation packages. There's also Anchor Partner. Also, the Figure Skating Club also went out and obviously raised some funds and are contributing $41,000. Again, this was all over $25,000. We also had, just for additional information, so at the time of the project, when it was bid out, there were several contractors that, as part of their bid, actually gave an in-kind donation of their services. And so that is here, as well as other in-kind donors. So Montgomery's obviously has donated furniture for that fireplace area. Then we have several contractors that were part of the overall construction, some subcontractors that provided. Thompson Mechanical is actually, if you see in the notes, they're doing preventative maintenance on the refrigeration equipment and the HVAC system for the next 2 years. That includes product as well of filters and that sort of thing to keep it up to snuff. And so they have also provided that in-kind contribution. And then Ledgers, of course, also provided an in-kind just in the housekeeping and accounting of the Build It Now campaign. I would also like to add that, so in talking with finance, just so you guys know, council, for those sponsors that did sign pledge forms, they will continue to pay their pledges to Build It Now. And then as the city needs funds, Build It Now will then transfer the money over to the finance office. Then those, like we said, which we had tonight, were two of our bigger donors, our $1 million donors. They had not signed so-called pledge forms with Build It Now, plus they were doing some naming. So those were in agreements that were entered by you all, and those payments will come directly to the city over time. And actually, from the get-go, we had some 20-year payment plans, but now we're down to, I think the longest one is 15. So that was very nice. And then obviously, as we discussed before, Watertown Ford did the Zamboni and now doing the second rink. So yeah, it's going to be great. Or as I've said before, it's going to be slick. So it's going to be slick inside.
I still want to drive it.
Pun unavoidable. If this were at the beginning of the meeting, I might be able to read this, but not at
I don't
this
know how to
point.
make it bigger. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Anyway, I'm sure we can go out and look at the donor wall.
Mayor?
City Councilman Bueller.
Thank you. A comment. Lisa, thanks for all your good work.
Sure.
Of
Thank you.
getting all this done and showing us the representation's really good. Thank you.
I try.
Councilman Tupper.
I would like to thank the whole community of Watertown. I tell you what, this thing's long time coming. I've never seen a community, and we've had professionals that have told us this, that have stood up to, really stepped up to the plate and got behind this like the city of Watertown has. Who was it that, Dick Strasberg, wasn't it, that Said he's been doing this for how many years and he's never seen such a thing. That says a lot for our community, and I don't care if it's a $1 million donation or a $250 donation. They're all very, very important. They all gave what they could, and we wouldn't see this if it wasn't for them. So my hat's off to the whole community, everybody that got behind this, and maybe some didn't even give anything, but their enthusiasm and everything that's been behind this whole project for the last 3 years or whatever. Hats off to the city of Watertown. They deserve a facility like this. So.
Can you see it now?
Any further comments? Yes, I can see it now. And I'd like to say, I mean, I know that it's late and I know we're ready to go, but I will just ask for a little leniency here because this has been it's been 4 years that the council has been working on this directly. And I want to thank everyone that has been on board from the very beginning. I think the only one that was on it from the very beginning with me is Councilman Bueller, because we've had turnover in the councils. But that was just the very beginning. But we would not have been here without the help of everyone in the community to raise the money, the donors who have given what they could. One of my favorite stories is a young man, I think he's a very young teenager, Connor Dahl, wanted to give money, and his mother and father offered to pay it for him, and he goes, no. So he actually broke open his piggy bank and raised $500 of his own money because he wanted his name on the wall so that when he comes back to Watertown, or if he still lives here in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, he can see his name on the wall. And that was an example of just someone, who just really wanted this. But there's a lot of adults who broke open the piggy bank too to give what they could, and it's just very much appreciated. And it's and it's just one of the reasons why this is a great place to live, and this is Dick Strasberg said this is the most giving community he has ever worked with, and I really do believe that's true, and it's a testament. I will also say that I want to give a hats off to all the city staff. My right-hand partner here, City Manager Mack, City Attorney Carrico, Finance Officer Bob Zine have put in countless hours getting us to the finish line. Because even when the construction was largely done, and I won't say on autopilot, but out of our hands, there was still so much, like this work that you're seeing, finalizing these donations, are dozens and dozens and dozens of hours. And also, just the staff that worked with RJM on a weekly basis. Heath Von I was leading that, but we also have all of our engineering department. These are weekly calls. I was in on some of those, but that's only a portion of what the work was being done, constantly in contact. So to get us across that finish line, this took a community. This is the largest project in Watertown history, and it took a lot of effort to get us there. So I want to say thank you to everyone. We've all been a part of it, because also, and I want to say council, we would not be here without council's approval, because we had to take a couple leaps of faith as well in regard to money and belief in this community. So let's hope it pays off. City Manager Mack, did you want to say anything?
No, just I think you might want to make a motion to acknowledge,
Yep.
perhaps?
Oh, sorry, yeah, and I allowed comments, but Chair will entertain a motion to acknowledge the donors.
I will.
Made by
Motion.
Councilman Tupper,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Jurens. All right, I've taken comments. If anyone wanted to say anything, they sure can.
I will.
Councilman Jurens.
This seems like the finish line, but it's actually just beginning with sponsorships of, after the vote tonight, I think it's getting really, really close that we'll have a junior team. There's season tickets, there's there's jersey purchases, there's tons of things and opportunities for those that have not been a part of this, that feel compelled. This really, really the support and the way it's going to work out, and the way it's going to work out for your city and for the hockey and for all involved is the support from here on out.
All right. Any further comments? Hearing none, motion is to acknowledge the donors. I'm just going to call for a big loud yell. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Yes. Any opposed, say nay. You better not. All right, motion carries. All right, we're in for city council member announcements and introduction of topics for future discussion. I'm going to take mayor's privilege and cede my time. I apologize, I wanted to do this when he was here. I called him back. Todd Randall, the president of the Watertown Hockey Association, has an announcement for this weekend's games. And I want him to get the credit because it was his decision to do this for the community.
Sounds good, yes. Well, we've been working really hard and taking advantage of all the learning on the scoreboard and all the sound system things to make the great atmosphere for the weekend. Well, on one hand, it'd be nice as a nonprofit group to take advantage of a weekend of, a large crowd and good revenue for admissions. We decided this weekend that we're going to have free admission for all the community to come out and see the games in the arena. That's just our way of saying thank you to everybody, and we want to fill that rink. There's probably a lot of people out there like Randy Tupper that probably don't know the difference between a clothesline and a blue line. But we want those people at the game too. So sorry there, Randy, I had to put a plug at you.
Can I just say it real quick?
Yep.
Puck you.
That's with a P, not another one. So, but anyways, we got a special spot for Randy out there too. We'll maybe see. We'll sit on the Zamboni maybe.
So, and Mr. Randall, I want to say thank you because it was very much in your rights to charge money to get into the game this weekend, and it would have meant a big deal for the association. But I would like to thank you because I think it's an even bigger deal to show that you are a member of the community and you want the communities to succeed and the ice too. And you know that there's a ton of people who want to come out and see it. Councilman Beeler?
Yes, thanks. Todd, maybe you'd want to mention the times and the dates.
Yeah, so Friday night we play Mitchell at 6 o'clock is the JV and 8 o'clock is the varsity. So we're planning some special between periods things to do some thank yous and acknowledgements, things like that. Some pregame fun things. We're going to amp it up a little bit to make the fan experience the best we absolutely can. And then Saturday night, they're a little bit earlier. I think 2 and 4 o'clock. I better double check on them, but I believe it's 2 and 4 o'clock. We've actually, you may have seen it on our Facebook page already, or we did contact both the radio stations, and we even put a call out to KELOLAND and Dakota News Now and asked them if they come up and cover our first games for us. And just a little bit to share our experience with the council and all of the donors has been a lot of fun. Hockey is a small world, and as we travel throughout the state, we have kids play on summer teams, and we know a lot of people. And to hear people from around the state coming to us and so excited to come here and play, it's been really neat. And another one too that's pretty cool. Just we've had a handful of our kids that have came out there. When we moved in the other day, we had some kids that were helping, and to see the look on those young athletes' faces when they walk in, I wish you all could see that because it's pretty special. So,
Mayor, one more.
Councilman Beeler?
Yeah, I don't know, and maybe we've already done this, but I would assume we've done some media releases to the television stations and try to promote this as best we can through all the media outlets, I hope.
Yeah, Dakota News Now did a nice story. That was pretty nice. So,
and then I think it's a different TV station tomorrow. But yeah, we've already been on one. I do want to make one thing clear, just for the public. So Friday and Saturday, it's just the Laker hockey games. You will not get to tour the ice arena. If you come out thinking you're going to see every bit of the ice arena, it's not going to happen. That's going to be in April at the grand opening. I've been working with the big donors on that, coordinating that, scheduling that. We don't have a date set, but it's going to be sometime in April because we want to make sure that it's all clean and polished, and we've got tour guides to take people all around the ice arena because we want to show what it is, show why we made the decisions that we did, and also to make sure that there's no, vandalism or people just running around causing a problem. So this weekend, if you're coming out, you're just going to watch a hockey game. It's still going to be fantastic, but you're not going to be able to see the entire arena, and I don't want people to have false expectations. I will also say that I know The WHA has sent out a call for volunteers. I think that we could still use a few more volunteers. Our Parks and Recreation staff are doing a fantastic job, but this is going to be their first run, and they're doing it without a net. This is not a what is it when a restaurant does a soft opening?
yeah.
This is not a soft opening for the Parks and Recreation Department, so they're going to be thrown into the fire. We could use a few volunteers. If you are so inclined, contact Mr. Randall, myself. Scott Glow is the head of our ice arena. So anyway, if you are so inclined, we would love the help on Friday and Saturday. Any further comments? Thank you, Todd, for coming back and making that announcement.
No problem. Thanks again, everybody.
Thanks, Todd.
All right. Any further announcements?
I got one, Mayor.
Councilman Tupper.
Coming out of the last Board of Adjustments Plan Commission meeting, there's been some discussion on how, I'm glad you're here, Dusty, so you'll get a wind of this, on how we decide park dedication land and dollars in lieu. So I think they would like us to look at that again and make sure that our recommendations that we're sending them or the Park and Rec Board, that we're all still on the same board. You know, we keep growing a lot, and parks ain't growing a lot. You know, and I didn't want to pick on Mr. Riefenberger earlier while he was here, but, you know, their dedication to that park's going to be quite a few years down the road, and let's face it, I mean, that's growing pretty fast. So we need to really just look at our rules and regulations and make sure we're doing the right thing is also.
City Manager Mack.
Thanks, Councilman Tupper. I'll verify with our Park and Rec Director and with our Community Development Manager, but I think we did make some amendments to that when we updated the Park and Rec ordinance when we changed the board. But we can send that back around.
Okay, thank you.
All right. City Manager, as long as you got the mic, you want to give her your report?
You bet. Well, I had on my list to announce the games, so come to the game Friday or Saturday. It's going to be great. I did email you all, but we have hired a public information officer. Kelly Fritz will start with us on March 1st. She comes to us from Harmony Hill and has quite an extensive background in marketing and communications. Excited for her to join our team. And I have been corresponding with you all about House Bill 1092, which is the 911 surcharge bill. It was defeated on the Senate floor a couple weeks ago, but it was reconsidered and will be reheard on Monday. It was defeated by 3 votes. I think they may be able to overcome that. So if so, that's great news, not just for Watertown, but all of the 911 providers across the state. And if you happen to see our 911 manager, Troy Van Dusen, whether it's approved or not, give him a special thanks for all of his efforts on that. That's all that I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. We have no reason to go into executive session, therefore the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Councilman Tupper, seconded by Councilman Beeler. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, the motion is to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Good night and God bless you, Watertown.